Welcome, race fans, to Nationals Weekend right here on G-Force TV. I'm Greg Kellnan. With me, as always, Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey. Tommy Googe will join us in the booth as well. It's time for the Nitro 54 Variety Northern Crate Nationals here at Ohsweken Speedway, and the pits are jammed full of sprint cars. We're going to see $5,000 go to the winner of the crate sprints tonight. We'll also see twin races for the 360 sprint cars, and they'll lock in 2 drivers for tomorrow night's Northern Sprint Car Nationals, which pays $10 grand to win. Also on the card tonight, the Thunder Stocks and the Mini Stocks. It's going to be a wild night of action. Our Adam Ross is caught up with Matt Billings from the Crate Sprint Car Division. Let's hear what he has to say.
When it comes to experience, you really can't beat the team of Matt Billings and Ryan Hunsinger. Hunsinger's been around since the beginning of the Crate Sprint Car Division. Matt Billings has experience in 360 sprint cars, crate sprint cars, dirt modifieds, and a lot of slippery racetracks, as well as going back and forth a little bit from the east side to the west side. So, Matt, all of those things put together, does that put you in a good position to have a chance at the $5,000 tonight?
I'm hoping so. I mean, yeah, you mentioned Ryan, and Ryan and I teamed up, and I mean, we got good experience, we got good chemistry, and I think we got the right attitude mentally, so hopefully it puts us in a good chance. And I mean, we're having fun driving sprint cars. What's not to love? No,
for sure. You've been fun to follow. What is the difference? Mike Bowman's been almost unstoppable here on the western end of things, but when he goes down to your end of the lake, he has some challenges. What is the difference between that end and this end?
I mean, Mike is a really good competitor, and I mean, a really good driver. Obviously, he's won everything pretty much down in the western side of the province. I just think the east side, we got a little bit different dirt. I think not that the Ohsweken guys aren't talented or have lots of experience, but we got a really diverse, really well rounded veteran group of guys in the east, and I think just with the amount of track time that we have down there, it's it's a good battle, and hopefully it's some good racing.
Do you think the 30-lap format's going to help you with your experience running 100-lap modified races, longer distances? That's a long race here at this racetrack for a sprint car.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. I tend to be our car. We've been pretty good, and I end up getting a little bit quicker as the night goes on. So hopefully, hopefully the 30 laps plays in our favor. But I mean, these crate sprints are a lot of getting clean air and get out front and just try to run away with it. So that's hopefully what I can do. But Mike's tough. Like I said, we're just gonna have some fun and hope for the best.
Well, he's got a game plan. We're going to see tonight how it plays out. Greg is standing by with Lee Ladouceur.
Thanks, Adam. I'm standing here with Lee Ladouceur, champion down at Brockville, Ontario Speedway. And Lee, tonight you come into Ohsweken Speedway a lot different than Brockville, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. We always enjoy coming to Ohsweken. We hadn't come for a few years. We came last year, and it's just everybody that comes loves the place, and we're hoping to do our best and come out with a good finish.
Champion down at Brockville, as I mentioned, and that's a division that's constantly growing there at the Boss, is it not?
Yeah, definitely. There's always new people coming in, and we do our best. We talked to a few guys this year during the summer, and ended up there was 2 of them got 2 cars throughout the end of the summer, and they'll be coming next year. So it's a growing class, and hopefully it keeps going.
Now, for the fans, the end of the year, the fall season is always kind of more exciting because we have these big races. As a driver, do you get up for that as well when you're kind of racing east versus west? We just had Applefest and now the Nationals.
Yeah, definitely. It's always fun, seeing how you stack up against the other competition and see how you do.
All right, that's Lee Ladouceur. Let's catch up again with Adam Ross.
When it comes to crate sprint car racing the last couple of seasons, the only 2 words you really need to know are Mike and Bowman, especially this year when the big money's been on the line, Mike. You've been here to take it away, but the trouble with perfection is there's only one direction to go. That's down. What do you focus on to keep things rolling the way they have been?
Well, you said the word is focus, and that's the only thing to do is just keep focusing on what we do right every time we show up here, and stick to the notebook, stick to the setups that have been working, the preparation that's been working, and yeah, I mean, like you say, it's gotta end sometime, and there's only one way to go, which sucks, but certainly enjoying the role that we're on, and just keep working hard and keep digging.
The balance of the national tour with the Crate Sprints. It seems that the Eastern drivers are looking good right now. Now we've got some Western events. How do you gauge that, Mike? Do you have a firm enough grasp on what needs to happen, or are you just going out with the expectation if I win every night from here on out, we're going to be champions?
Well, certainly that's what we have to do now. We've clearly struggled out east. I was just talking with Lee Lattiser right as you guys showed up here, and just talking with Lee, it's like whatever we're doing here in the west is clearly not working out east on that dirt, and whatever those guys are doing out east is not working here on this dirt. I think when you get out east of Toronto, the dirt is a little bit darker, a little bit more sandy and abrasive, and certainly we got another tire that we run on the right rear. It's a harder right rear tire, so we basically feel like we need to win out here to take this thing, and we're starting off, what is this, round 6? Round 5? Yeah, round 5 here at probably our best racetrack, and there's $5,000 on the line tonight, and we decided to leave the 360 in the barn tonight and just focus on this.
When Mike Bowman's in the house with the Crate Sprint cars, you know he's going to be a favorite here tonight, but there are a lot of drivers looking to take that $5,000. Let's see what Greg's up to.
Thanks, Adam. When we come back, we're going green flag racing. It's the Northern Crate Nationals here on G-Force TV.
Introducing the Fleet lineup by CargoEase. Our commercial and Titan Series slide come with weight capacities of 1,500 to 3,000 pounds and features HDPE Ultra Ply Deck, a 1/4-inch rubber mat, 8-inch aluminum side rails, a patented spring release T-handle, and L-hook fasteners. This is the CargoEase Fleet lineup.
Weekend Speedway Racing on G-Force TV is brought to you by Tiffany Gate. Indulge in a world of fresh meals, sides, salads, and more. Ready to go racing here at the Weekend Speedway as Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet presents Friday Night Excitement, our final Friday night version of the excitement here in 2023. Of course, the Nationals tomorrow night here, but a beautiful evening here as it's the Northern Crate Nationals. I'm Greg Kellman, with me Adam Ross in the tower. Tommy Gooch will join us throughout the evening, and Clinton Jeffrey down trackside as we see right now the Crate Sprints going under the green flag here in just a moment as we do time trials to set up the qualifying heats here tonight, Adam.
So what we're going to see is 12 groups of time trials. The first 4 groups will time together. They will make up the starting order for heats 1 and 2. The middle 4 sessions will make up the heat lineups for heats 3 and 4. And then the final sessions will make up the lineups for heats 5 and 6. It's the fairest way to do it because the track changes so much, Greg. Let's start off with a bang and thank Christine Dryden, but more importantly, Auntie Rose, who sent us a care package. Because Darren Dryden won last Saturday, the night after she fed us, it is now good luck to feed the crew. Hashtag winning.
How do we win out of all that? That's the best part.
We just did. So
that's more than cake pops.
The opening of the letter says, don't expect this every week at Ohsweken. Well, don't expect your favorite nephew, Darren, to win every weekend then. It's all about how much you love the boy. But thank you so much, Auntie Rose. Great crew.
The second group. Over the white flag here, you see Curtis Gartley out there right now. He's 7th quick of groups 1A and 1B. Al Slate right now. Oh, Trayton Lapsovich to the top of the board.
A little bit of character down there in the entry of turn number 1. It's earlier into the corner than normal, but little bit of excitement there as they pitch the cars into the corner. Beyond that, this track looks very smooth. Last night's practice session, the track looked fantastic. A number of teams took advantage of the extra track time. And how about Broden Weiler in the 14B? He's up there in the top 6 right now, so we've got a couple more sessions to come. They're going to invert the top 4 for each of the heats. So the odd finishing position, so first fastest, third fastest, 5th, 7th, 9th, and on back, will make up heat race number 1. All the even numbers will make up heat race number 2. But then they'll invert the top 4. So as long as you're in the top 8, you're going to start in the front 2 rows of your qualifying heat. And we've got 2 groups yet to come. That puts Adrian Staley on the hot seat in that 8th spot. On the track now, Adam Turner from Cherry Valley, A.J. Lewis from Stony Creek, Cam Thompson from Ohsweken, and Al Blanchard from Font Hill. That's who's scheduled to be out there. Not sure. Yep, Al made it out. $1,000 on the line tonight as part of the Nitro 54 Northern Crate Nationals, the flagship event of the Action Sprint Tour, fueled by Pinty's. There's been a lot of support gathered for the Action Sprint Tour, both in terms of sponsorship and the number of drivers. It looks like 50 drivers on hand here tonight to do battle. Trayton Lapcevich's time still holding up, but A.J. Lewis has jumped up into the 5th spot. Adam Turner blistered the 2nd quickest lap of the session, now the fastest lap, a 14.825 for Adam Turner out of Cherry Valley.
Great job by Adam, and of course we watched him here on G-Force a couple of weeks ago down at the Labor Day Classic, where he was the bride's, well, he was the maid of honor, I guess he was, in all 3 divisions he competed in on the Saturday night, including the Action Sprint Tour event. And Adam tops the board here, 14.825 over Trayton Lapcevich and Al Slate.
Holy moly.
There's food coming out of everywhere here.
More food, and we can already vouch for this because we have tried this already this year. Walking tacos, folks, for sale down behind the grandstand.
That's for you, Tommy. We already had one this year.
Fried bread, scone dog, tacos of beef and bean, sweet tacos, strawberry juice, water, iced tea. I recommend the strawberry juice.
Oh, yes.
So good.
That had me at first sip.
See that, Greg? All you had to do is make a post. And I'm going to take credit for the comment I made. And the food just flows into the tower.
What's in here?
Don't know yet.
Oh, you haven't opened it. Wow.
Oh, Josh Hill gets really squirrely in turn number 1. That'll affect his time. Jeremy Hughes in the 11 machine tonight. He'll close a lot of that gap on the 99 Hill, so this will be the final group to set the lineup for heats 1 and 2.
Travis Hofstetter in the 2 machine. Tangled up last week in the opening lap of the feature event. See if we continue on. Here he is. He's had kind of an up and down year, showing some speed, getting more comfortable behind the wheel. Then caught up from time to time and some issues. And there's Joshua Hill out in front, one of the stars of Friday Night Thunder. There you see the APTN logo.
So that leaderboard is set up for finishes and not time trials. So we've got to switch that leaderboard on the screen to a time trial format. And what's fascinating here is Broden Weiler, unofficially, Broden Weiler is going to be on the pole for heat race number 2. Matt Billings will be on the pole for heat race number 1. Fastest time in that Group 1, Adam Turner in the number 9. He'll start 4th in the first heat. Starting 4th in the second heat will be Trayton Lapsevich in the 20L.
Is that you?
Know that music?
That was mystical.
A little bit.
I thought the Dairy Queen was arriving.
That's when the sun shines, just one ray of sunlight shines in on you.
Speaking of which, the Icemobile is open for business behind the announce tower, strategically placed for us. So get down there and get yourself some ice cream or a frozen treat.
So the first group, Group 2A, out of Ottawa, the 52M is Mark Supernet. The 51 from Ancaster is Trevor Young. The 9C from Ohsweken is Brian Nanakoke. And the 14W from Harrisburg is Greg Wilson. Bumped into Brian Nanakoke after the races last night. He says, elder statesman, eh? I said, well, it's friendlier than just calling you elderly.
Take your pick.
He's got a couple years left. His grandson's going to be moving up to take over the ride, but his grandson's really looking forward to racing with him and against him for a while. So we might see the Nanakoke team grow a little bit a couple years down the road.
There's the 52M. And Ryan Hunsinger, who previously drove this car, as you see the gunslinger name on the wing plate there, he sent me a message after Brighton and said we're pronouncing the last name wrong. It's Surprenant. Surprenant.
Is that someone you trust?
Ryan Hunsinger.
Oh, Ryan said it?
Yes.
Surprenant.
Surprenant.
So we disregard the order of the letters in the name.
Surprenant.
All right, I'm down.
I'm with whatever Ryan Hunsinger says.
And you're just telling me this now. Thanks for the heads up, Calvin.
Well, we haven't seen him since Labor Day weekend.
I just did.
Well, I wanted to see you fail one last time.
I respect that.
Actually, while you were saying his name, I was looking it up to see. Because I wasn't sure. I couldn't remember.
That's fabulous.
Surprenant.
All right, the next group. It's got some heavy hitters. The 52 from St. Thomas will be Jesse Costa. 85C from Wainfleet, Cam McKinnon. The Iceman, Johnny Miller out of Six Nations in the 20. And the 51L from Alexandria is the General Lee Ladesseur.
Lee, the champion down at Brockville this year in the Trailer Pros Crate Sprint Car Division. I grew up watching his dad race. Laurent?
I don't know how they're all related. I know they are all related. I just can't tell you which direction the tree goes.
There's also Joey Ladesseur.
What's his relation to Lee?
Now, see, you've got me confused on that.
Greg Wilson with the fastest lap so far, 15.205 in this set. Trevor Young second. Now it's Jesse Costa taking over the top spot. Lee Ladesseur jumps up to P2. Johnny Miller to fourth.
Okay, yeah, Joey and Lee are brothers.
Okay.
And Laurent would be the dad. The Lees are Laurent and us. But you made me think.
Well, when you don't see them regularly and you don't interact with them, when you interact with the family, it becomes pretty clear.
Well, Lee, Johnny, and Jesse Costa all bouncing around there at the top of the leaderboard. Johnny Miller right now the Iceman quickest.
Laid down a big lap there. Cam McKinnon down in the sixth spot. And that will do it for this session. So the Iceman, Johnny Miller, leads the way. halfway through Group 2. Johnny Miller, Jesse Costa, Lee Ladiseur, Greg Wilson hangs on to the 4th spot. Trevor Young 5th. You know, Greg, we're big race fans, but we've got to be cautious when it comes to being a fan of individual drivers. You know, that's not part of what we do. But I wouldn't be disappointed to see Trevor Young hang into the top 8 here and wind up with a pole starting spot.
No, that'd definitely be a feel-good story. And yeah, I wouldn't say it's necessarily a pulling for, but when you see someone have the ups and downs and the hard work, and everybody puts the hard work in. I don't deny that, but someone like Trevor Young, it would just be a feel-good story. And I think in any sport, we kind of cheer for those situations. And Trevor Young, that'd be a huge deal with the large field we have here tonight. And Cam McKinnon being up there is a good story as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Larry Gledhill's out of Thamesford. He drives the number 14. The 72 is from Wainfleet. It's Tanner Podwinski. John Cadman's from Smithville driving the 71C. And then out of Hagersville, the 24K is Kiana Teal. John Cadman's been pretty quick this season in that 71. Larry Gledhill always seems to have a lot of speed in the 14 machine. I was impressed with Kiana Teal last night in the practice sessions as well. She was turning good laps out there. First lap for all these drivers. Tanner Podwinski is the best of them with the 6th quickest lap. Let's see what they pick up here on the second time by. Podwinski still 6th. John Cadman jumps up to the 4th spot. Larry Gledhill down in 9th. 2 more tries for these drivers. Cadman jumps up a position to the 3rd spot. So he puts himself safely into this invert. Remember, it's the top 8 out of these 2 groups as the checkered flag flies. Tanner Podwinski leapfrogs over Trevor Young and Greg Wilson. Larry Gledhill eases himself into the 8th spot, bumping Cam McKinnon out of the invert. So now Larry Gledhill's on that bubble. Trevor Young with the 7th quickest time. It's still the Iceman atop the charts.
This last group is going to dice things up, I think.
I think it will. Austin Rose in the 3S out of Mossley. Ryan Fraser from Rockwood in the 94. The 16X of Keegan Baker from Ancaster. And Mike Bowman, the 71 out of St. Catharines. But the thing to remember with these cars, they don't do a lot of time trialing. So you always want your car to be quickest at the end of the night when the track is generally fairly slicked off. So this is a little bit different for these drivers, having to get out there and stand on it under these conditions. They're all pretty capable though, Greg.
That they are, and we're going to see what can happen for some of these drivers here. Austin Rose, he's got a feature win under his belt. Obviously, we know the story with Mike Bowman. Ryan Fraser doesn't have one yet, but he's a strong pedigree. He's a very good racer. He's on the cusp and can lay down a quick lap. And what more can you say about Keegan Baker this year?
No, Keegan Baker's been pretty impressive. Austin Rose up into the 7th spot. And now Mike Bowman up to P2, so Trevor Young has been bumped. John Cadman's been bumped. Greg Wilson hanging on to that 8th spot.
Here's Bowman to the top.
14.884 for Bowman. Austin Rose up into the 6th. Well, he's still in the 6th position. That lap was a little bit slower. The white flag is out, so one more opportunity for these drivers to lay down a big lap.
Fraser has anything? No.
Mike Bowman goes a little bit quicker, 14.748. So Bowman with the quickest lap. Johnny Miller 2nd, Jesse Costa 3rd, John Cadman 4th. So John Cadman has 2 transponders in the mix here. Lee Ladiseur 5th, Austin Rose 6th, and Starting on the pole position, unofficially, will be Tanner Podwinski and Greg Wilson of Heat 4 and Heat 3, respectively.
And a good story there for Greg Wilson as well. I mean, he kind of made his announcement just this week. We're officially competing in the Crate Nationals, so good to see him there in the top 8.
The first flight of Group 3 is going to come out of Dorchester. The 00 is Greg Smulders. The 2M from Georgetown is Steve Murdoch. 69K is from St. George. It's Ken Hamilton. And our points champion this year here at Ohsweken Speedway from Mississauga in the number 4, it's the highlight man, Mac DeMann.
Couple of feature winners in this group here. Mac DeMann, of course, the champion. The all-time, oh my, what is that, Adam? The all-time winningest driver in crate sprint car competition, Steve Murdoch, finally got his first win late in the season here.
We love our first-time winners. The other thing we need to talk about tonight, the Northern Crate Nationals is a 30-lap feature race, and that may not make much difference, Greg, but it might. That's much longer than these drivers are used to running. The track's going to change a lot from start to finish.
Yeah, it's going to be a long haul for some of these crate sprint car drivers, and it'll test your physical ability as well, because you know there is that repetition of running the same amount of laps all the time. Your body gets adjusted to that. You run those extra 10, and those could be the 10 where you lose a little steam.
Oh, big time. Who was it? Was it Brett Stratford who talked about being gassed at the end of one of the features this year? Someone I wouldn't have expected, because he's basically a ball of energy.
I mean, I went and ran 4 races at Hamilton Indoor Karts yesterday, and I was wiped for the night, and I can still feel the pain.
Mac DeMann just turned a lap that would have been quickest in any of the groups, I believe, a 14.616. And that Leach Performance Engine, Bar Motorsport number 4.
What a year for Mac. Missed a race and still crowned the championship. Won the championship 1 week ago. And it was interesting how all that played out. It kind of got lost in the shuffle with the interview at the end of the race. Jesse mentioned the passing points for last week's feature came down to a tie between Mac and Jesse. So they had to decide, well, who gets into the redraw and who doesn't by a pill draw. Mac won the pill draw, started on the front row. Jesse had to start back in 9th. And boy, that played a factor into last week's race as well.
But that's why you have all these rules written down, because it's all the what ifs, and it matters to somebody. Second group from Salmon Arm, British Columbia, the 26 is John Verney. From Listowel, the 97 is Sheldon Bender. Out of Wainfleet, the BS 39 is Brett Stratford. And from Brantford in the 88, it's Lance Erskine. Lance Erskine in the Connells Construction number 88 broke out that new look partway through the season. Beautiful looking race car. He could surprise some folks tonight.
Well, he nearly ended up picking up a win this year. Got beat in the end by Mac DeMann, but been right there, right in the thick of it. John Verney's looked strong in his appearances this year. Had a heat race win last week.
And then Sheldon Bender, I mean, some weeks he's lights out real quick. And I think he's one of the next drivers we're going to see really up his game and be a perennial front runner week in and week out. I was talking with Matt Billings about that. He was talking about how much fun he's having running in the crate sprints. What I love about the class is the hot shoes move on. And then they're replaced by more hot shoes. You've got a few veterans that stick around, but look at all the drivers who have advanced from the crates, the dominant ones, and they move up to 360. But you can still move back and not, like Mac DeMann was very, very good this year, but he's beatable.
Oh, absolutely. That's a lot of credit to these cars, the way they're built, and tech as well, and keeping it the way it is and so close.
Brett Stratford with the second quickest lap, just a few hundredths of a second slower than McDeman. John Verney up in third in that 26th. Sheldon Bender with the fourth quickest lap. Lance Erskine rounding out the top five right now. Checkered flag comes out. Let's see where they're going to wind up. Sheldon Bender up to fourth. John Verney remains in third.
Still groups to come here.
Good to see this driver back with us. Out of Six Nations, the 38 is Derek Miller. The 29W from Woodstock is Tyler Ward. The 77E from Ohsweken is Ashton Van Every. And the 19M is from London, it's Will Marsh. I wasn't sure if we'd see Will Marsh out again this year. He had a pretty hard crash at Brighton.
Yeah, he did. Rough weekend for a few drivers there. Great turnout down at the Labor Day Classic.
It was a great turnout and a great result for young Ashton Van Every, the smiliest driver in the pits. Ryan Beagle took his car out for some laps last night.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Green flag flies in our second to the last group.
More drivers to come after this one. Tyler Ward up into the 7th spot.
Jumped up into 7th and had an issue down there in turn number 1. Derek Miller is 9th. Ashton Van Every now takes over 9th. He's got to find a little bit more giddy up. Break into that top 8.
Everybody staying kind of where they are. Tyler Ward, the only driver right now from this group, breaking into the top 8. Checkered flag. Derek Miller won't.
Derek Miller stays in that 10th spot. Ashton Van Every remains 9th. Tyler Ward remains 7th. Final 4 cars heading out. This driver had a lot of work to do last night. The drive shaft, Clinton might have to explain the technicalities of this, but the drive shaft pushed forward. Did all sorts of damage in the drivetrain of this race car. From Rockwood, the 74 is Rob Neely. They got that car fixed up. That thing always looks pristine on race night. From Ohsweken, the MK8 is Matt Hill. Out of Port Perry, the 4B, it's 4-barrel Daryl Peltier. And from Roslyn, the 4K is Jamie Kay. This will be the last group for time trials here tonight. 50 crate sprints, 41 360 sprints for the night before the Nationals, twin 15s.
And green up in the air, so we'll see if anyone can crack into the top 8 here.
I like the way Rob Neely navigated that bump in turn number 1. He looked smooth out there in the 74. Let's see what that equates to in the timing system.
Yep, 8th knocks Greg Smolders out.
Rob Neely, the only driver so far up into that top 8.
Oh, he jumps up to 4th.
15.086 for Neely. As Greg said, into that 4th position, so he just bumped himself off the pole of a heat race. Only to the outside pole.
Checkers coming out. Last chance. Oh, Matt Hill up into the top 8.
boy, Matt.
He made that last lap count.
He sure did. So again, unofficially, Steve Murdoch and Matt Hill will have the pole positions. I should say that in the other order. Matt Hill and Steve Murdoch will have pole positions for Heat 5 and Heat 6. Later on tonight, McNamara, the quickest out of this final group. Brett Stratford second, John Verney third, Rob Neely fourth, and Sheldon Bender fifth.
So time trials concluded for the crate sprints. And we'll take a quick break here on G-Force TV and be right back for the second annual Northern Crate Nationals.
When your dream car becomes a nightmare, leaving you frustrated, stranded, and broke, you say,
"Goodbye, you piece of shit. Let's take it to TKC."
What? You gotta pee?
TKC!
Let's take this piece of shit to TKC Metal Recycling. They pay cash for scrap cars.
TKC will recycle your piece of car. Got a piece of car? Visit TKC Metal Recycling, 20 Cushman Road, St. Catharines.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. G-Force TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the ABC Series, Bushwick Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a die-hard fan or a casual viewer, G-Force TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at gforcetv.net and start watching today.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
When your dream car becomes a nightmare, leaving you frustrated, stranded, and broke, you say,
"Goodbye, you piece of shit. Let's take it to TKC."
What? You gotta pee?
TKC!
Let's take this piece of shit to TKC Metal Recycling. They pay cash for scrap cars.
TKC will recycle your piece of car. Got a piece of car? Visit TKC Metal Recycling, 20 Cushman Road, St. Catharines.
Weekend Speedway Racing on G-Force TV is brought to you by Pinty's, making great food fun. And by Quick Quick, the world's best fire starter.
Welcome back live to Oshweekon Speedway for our final Friday night excitement of the year, brought to you by Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Tonight it's the Nitro 54 variety, second annual Northern Crate Nationals. Greg Kellman along with Adam Ross. I see Clinton Jeffrey down there in Quick Victory Lane waiting patiently for the first winner of the evening to make his way down there, as we see Thunderstocks on the track for their hot laps.
Let's be real. What is he doing down there? There's not going to be anyone down there for a little while. What's he up to?
Smoke dancers coming up.
We should have known that, Adam. I mean, it's only a tradition.
We've been distracted up here. Thank you, Auntie Rose.
Oh, Auntie Rose. Those are tremendous. I don't know what to call them, but they're tremendous.
I believe she refers to them in her letter as rice balls, which will be locked with me right alongside Salmon Arm, British Columbia, as things that don't exist.
I almost didn't get those to you. Chris Miller got a whiff of them at the pit gate, they were handed off to, and she said, "Oh, I love those things." So she had to road test it before they got delivered. But
yeah, they're pretty excellent. I approve.
Very much. There's a reason Clint looks so slim and trim in his fire suit, and we look the way we do.
You're not, you know what? I mentioned that before we came on the air. I spent all winter getting fit and losing weight, and all summer trying to kill myself with fat cells.
So hot laps take place for the Thunderstocks, both the Minis and Thunders racing not for points, just exhibition races. All cars will qualify for both the features tonight, so no need for B mains. Both divisions will have 2 qualifiers, as we've been doing in the back half of the season here for these stock car divisions. There we see the champ there. Dave Bailey picked up his 7th championship in a row. Hard to believe, and it was a come-from-behind win. It wasn't his characteristic, start of August. Yeah, I think it's probably going to happen again. This was final night of the year, and Ryan Beagle went in with a 1-point lead, and unfortunately, that his night ended early and did not win the championship. Dave Bailey did. Kyle Wirt, I believe, ended up 2nd place in the points, if memory serves me. He got by Ryan Beagle.
That's the trouble with finishing 2nd in the points. Nobody remembers.
Yeah, there you go.
Who finished 2nd in 2014, the year that Dave Bailey didn't win?
I couldn't tell you.
Nope.
You are right.
Nor should you, Greg.
No. So there we see the Smoke Dancers making their way down to quick victory lane as we will get things going here for the 2nd annual Northern Crate Nationals, presented by Nitro 54 Variety. We want to thank them for their great support of everything here at Ohsweken Speedway. They'll help co-present the race tomorrow night along with Aero Express, who's been here since the very beginning. And going to be a great night of racing with 50 crate sprints in the house, 41 360s plus the Thunderstocks and Mini Stocks, as we get ready for a great 2 nights of racing of sprint car action. Let's send it down to Clinton Jeffrey.
Thanks a lot, Greg. As we do at all our big Ohsweken Speedway events, we start off with the Smoke Dancers. How about it for the Smoke Dancers, ladies and gentlemen? Make them feel welcome. We love it. Let's have it. Let's get this show on the road.
Hey up, up, hey, and hey we go, and hey we go, up, up, hey, and hey we go, and hey we go, and hey we go, and hey, oh, hey, up, up, hey, and hey we go, and hey we go, and hey we go, and hey, oh, hey, up, hey.
How about for the Smoke Dancers, ladies and gentlemen? That means it is time to go racing here at Ohsweken Speedway.
Indeed it is. But my schedule says we're supposed to be going action sprint tour heat racing. But we just got handed the heat race lineups. And I don't see cars lined up on the small track, so we just time trialed them. They're going to be the first set of heats also. So once we get that first heat out there, I believe the rest will fall in line pretty quickly, Greg. But Matt Billings going to be on the pole for heat race number 1, the first of 6 qualifying heats. 10 laps will be the distance for these heat races. Greg, you had a mission before the practice started. How many qualify from each heat? 4. Oh, you did? Wow, good for you. You only know because Tommy's beside you. Tommy Gooch.
I didn't tell him.
welcome to the tower. Welcome to the show. Welcome to Walking Tacos. That's as far as it got right there in front of Tommy.
Well, you guys gave it to me, so I've had these before, and I definitely love them, so thank you for the donation. You guys, I think, got some pretty good food down there, too, though. So.
We're not complaining. Hey, while we've got a minute, I was chatting with your brother last night.
Oh, yeah?
He's looking really good. They found, and it was hilarious. He said, we didn't realize this season, but we have him getting full throttle. And Jamie said, he says, I don't have full mobility, but one thing we didn't realize, we just discovered, it was getting about half throttle at best. So he looks like a different guy out there.
Yeah, and it's a good problem to have. He, as you mentioned, he's got limited mobility. He was born with a disability, and he's been losing weight, and it's changed the way he sits in the seat. And because of his limited mobility, and we found this out a couple weeks ago too, he couldn't get the brake all the way down. So that's why he ended up scratching a couple weeks ago. And for the first part of the year, he couldn't get the throttle all the way down. So they seem to have that rectified now, and he looked pretty good in hot laps.
The funny thing is, they've been working on handling all year long. Well, throw it all out the window, because now that you can push both pedals all the way down, he's going a lot quicker, and they'll have to set the cars up again. But good problem to have, and really nice to see him turning faster laps.
Yeah, it was great to see him up there competing last week and driving his way along with other competitors and not having those issues. So good to see him. We'll get to see him here a little bit later on as we're ready to go with the first qualifying heat of the night for the crate sprint cars. Ready to go. $5,000 to the winner tonight. That's
$5,000 on the line. Let's take turns with these heats, Greg. Heat race number 1 on the pole from Brockville, the 52, is Matt Billings. Alongside him from Stony Creek, the 24, is A.J. Lewis. Third from St. Catharines, the 2S, is Al Slate. Fourth from Cherry Valley, the 9, is Adam Turner. Fifth from Thamesford, the 45, is Curtis Gartley. And sixth in the number 2 from Kitchener is Travis Hofstetter. Seventh out of Picton, the 87, is Andrew Hennessy. Eighth out of Ohsweken, the 28T, is Cameron Thompson. And rounding out the field from Richmond, Quebec, the 55 is Jeffrey Weir. White flag is out. One more lap will set them loose. One of our Lockhart's ones to watch tonight, the 52 of Matt Billings.
You want to talk about a veteran of dirt racing? That's him, and he's not that old. That's the thing, but he has won some big races and modifieds, and now is doing a great job in the crate sprints.
He's going to bring him to green alongside another veteran of the dirt world, A.J. Lewis, in that 24 machine. Green flag is out for our first heat race of the night.
Head into corner 1 for the first time. A.J. Lewis tucks in line with Adam Turner right behind him. And side by side for the 4th spot, Gartley to the inside of Al Slate.
Andrew Hennessy deep in the field in that 87. Remember, he broke into victory lane in the Action Sprint Tour back at Brighton Speedway. Right now, Al Slate has that all-important 4th position. Top 4 transfer straight into the Northern Crate Nationals.
Billing, Lewis, Turner, and Slate the top 4 with Gartley, one of those wily veterans working on the back end of Slate, looking to get into the top 4.
Hennessy makes a move on Hofstetter. He'll move up a position. Curtis Gartley bobbled a little bit there in 3 and 4. That's going to allow Hennessy to close in, but again, that number 2 is the car we focus on. Al Slate in the 4th spot.
These qualifying heats, a top 4 and making it to the end of the is a huge deal, because you do not want to get to a last chance qualifier with this many good cars, because there's absolutely no guarantee you'll transfer through that no matter who you are. You could be someone like Mac DeMann and not guarantee you'll get in.
And with a 30-lap feature tonight, I think it matters where you start, but less so than in any other race of the year.
Yeah, that's true, as well as here we come down to complete lap number 6. Matt Billings out in front by a good distance over A.J. Lewis. Turner and Slate. Gartley has not been able to catch the back end into that 2 car. Andrew Hennessy right now trying to chase down Gartley, but no forward progress there either.
No, certainly not. Few different lines being run, but they're running pretty low on the racetrack right now. Right around that inside wall, at least the faster cars are. Curtis Gartley still about a dozen car lengths back of Al Slayton. Remember, these races are longer 10-lap heat races here tonight.
2 laps left to go for Matt Billings, and he can already see the back end of the field here as he comes to the white flag, this time off of corner number 4.
Curtis Gartley actually losing ground from the looks of it as Adam Turner gets a little squirrely there in turn number 4. He's able to keep that spot, but Matt Billings going to take the first checkered flag of the night in that 52 machine. Coming home second will be A.J. Lewis. Adam Turner, Al Slayton fourth. They will transfer straight to the big dance.
Curtis Gartley, Andrew Hennessy, Travis Hofstetter, and Jeffrey Weir will not transfer into the A main. They'll have some work to do. Now they have the C main on the schedule as well tonight, so it's going to take some work for some of these back markers to get their way all the way to the A main.
This is the biggest car count ever that these guys have ever had. Never run 6 heat races before. They've never had a C main before, so a bit different format for them tonight, and it's fun to watch so far.
Go ahead.
It sure will be fun to see a flagship event down here, then the flagship event maybe in Eastern Ontario that'll eventually really draw cars. I mean, where does it go? Does Cornwall include them in their version of a Northern Super Dirt Week in October down the road? This class, the sky is the limit.
Or even the Fall Nationals at Brockville at the end of the year. That's always a huge party camping weekend as well at the Boss. So that would be a really good place to have a large event down there in October. But nonetheless, we're ready to go with the second qualifier of the night. 10 laps the distance. On the pole for this one is Broden Weiler out of Simcoe in the 14B alongside Matthew Bardier out of Pierreville, Quebec in the 19. Josh Verney Jr. out of Teresa, New York in the 1V starts third. Trayton Lapsevich from Grimsby in the 20L, he'll line up fourth. Brian Staley from Kitchener in the 50LS lines up fifth. Sixth will be Jeremy Hughes out of Burlington, the 11W. Tom Pellizzari from Cortland in the 5 starts seventh. Eighth will be Josh Hill out of Oshwegan in the 99. And Al Blanchard from Fawn Hill, the 7A, starts in the 9th spot.
Guys, I believe that is Tyler Willard, not Blanchard tonight, unless you guys know something.
No, we're just reading what's on the sheet. And it didn't make a lot of sense to me either, but
I'll confirm. I'm pretty sure that's Ty.
He's just getting pushed off, I believe, in the back.
Yeah. We don't even have the car out here yet, but here he comes.
I didn't understand the connection there because I knew this was Willard's car, but that Heisen number 7, 77. The additional 7s are just wee little. Jeremy Hughes, one of, I believe, 6 different drivers that have driven that 11W this week, always starts at the back of their heat race, but tonight, with time trials, he's able to start up there in 6th.
And of the drivers that have been behind the wheel, obviously Jeremy Hughes with the most experience sprint car racing, so good chance for him here tonight in this big event.
Dave Hunsinger waiting with the green flag in hand for the field to come past the Cargo Ease restart zone. Broden Weiler leads them to green and holds a steady line through 1 and 2. I wasn't sure how he was going to react to that start being out there on the pole, Greg.
No, he did a nice job. Continues to hold his line right around the bottom. Adrian Staley trying to find a way by him. Now Jeremy Hughes to the outside of Weiler. At the front, Matthew Bardier leads the way as they go, and Broden Weiler with problems there in 2. He'll drop off the pace down the backstretch.
That happened to him last night in practice. The car just only in turn 1 and 2, the car shoots straight across the racetrack.
Josh Verney Jr. out of Teresa, New York in the 1 Junior. takes the lead over Matthew Bardier. Make that the 1V.
1V. Bardier not giving up.
Trayton Lapsevich right behind this duo. Impressive run right now for this youngster who doesn't have a ton of seat time in the crate sprints.
No, he sure doesn't, but doing a nice job there in third. And it's Josh Hill in the 99 hanging on to fourth, the transfer position. Adrian Staley trying to apply the pressure there in that 50 machine, but not able to get any closer.
Halfway home in this second qualifying heat of the night for the crate sprint cars is Josh Verney Jr., regular down to the Can-Am Speedway. He will lead on lap number 6 with Bardier Lapsevich and Weiler. Whoa! Wow, that was close.
Last night there was a mishap down in turn 1 and 2. J.R. Fitzpatrick was involved in it, a few other cars. What you realize quickly is these cars don't slow down like an asphalt car does. And you almost always want to turn right. It's hard to go by an accident on the left-hand side on this track. So that was a breathtaking situation down there in turn number 2. Broden Weiler goes around.
I'm sure that was a Mighty Wipes moment for Broden.
Mighty Wipes folks are here tonight. But I would say that's our first Mighty Wipes moment of the night. But that car only in 1 and 2, I mean, he has that steering wheel turn hard to the left, and that car just plows straight across the racetrack.
There's secrets being told down there between Fang and Claw. What are they up to? I think they're conspiring against us.
I don't think so. They got better things to do.
Whispering going on.
Clinton Jeffrey heading back to the pits. I saw him wheeling across the infield. I'm thinking, wow, the action's all gone. But so this will bring out the cone on the front straightaway. You don't pass before the cone. You don't hit the cone. Opportunity here for Jeremy Hughes after getting locked together there with Broden Weiler earlier. See if he can make any moves in that 11W at the back of the pack. At the front, it's been all Verney.
Oh, and the 7 machine does go below the cone. Whether that's Blanchard or Willard, nonetheless, that will be a penalty. And Lapsevich now to the second spot. But here comes Bardier back to the outside, and he'll retake the position.
Bardier and Lapsevich side by side. It'll be a drag race off of turn number 2. Bardier edges out in front of the entry of 3, but Lapsevich with a shorter way around in the 20L.
2 laps left to go. I wonder, Dave was throwing us off there with the cross flags. 2 to go. And the battle for the final transfer spot's a good one.
Trouble in turn number 2. And that'll go back to that last lap where Joshua Hill has the spot.
Broden Weiler is being told to go to the pit area, 2-spin rule. With 1 lap left to go. Now Verney has been the star of the show here in this qualifying heat. Good battle for the second spot between Lapsevich and Bardier, and then Joshua Hill and Adrian Staley were putting on a good fight back and forth for the final transfer position. So we'll see how things pan out here in this final lap under green.
Yeah, I think there's still activity, so it should be a green-white checker. So they'll have 2 laps. This will be an 11-lap heat. Doug Leonard even has the wherewithal to instruct young Broden Weiler, don't turn the car too sharp because the push truck behind you can't turn as tight as you can in the sprint car. Those are little things that make Doug Leonard pretty good at what he does. Don't let him know I said that.
That was the smallest compliment you could give. Pretty good. I'd say he's pretty great at what he does. But.
Oh, dude, look at you suck up. What did he do for you?
Here they go, back down into corner number 1. Lapsevich and Bargay continue their battle, and Staley and Hill as well. Is that Pellizzari also getting in there?
Ooh, Pellizzari almost really got in there as Hill crossing over Staley off of turn number 4. Not close enough to make that move. That's the battle to watch, though. Hill with a good run on the inside of 1 and 2, Greg.
Coming off of corner 4, Verney's going to pick up the heat race win, followed by Trayton Lapsevich, Matthew Bargay, and Adrian Staley will get the final position. Pellizzari gets by Joshua Hill at the line.
Yeah, that'll be disappointing for Hill. He'll want that last lap back. Entertaining races, though. Heat race number 2 is in the books. Let's tell you how they're going to line up for heat number 3. On the pole from Wainfleet, the 72, is Tanner Podwinski. Second in the 51L from Alexandria, it's General Lee Ladouceur. In third from St. Thomas, the 52 is Jesse Costa. My goodness, this is a loaded heat. Fourth out of St. Catharines, the 71 is Mike Bowman. Fifth in the 51 from Ancaster, it's Trevor Young. Sixth out of Wainfleet, the 85C is Cam McKinnon. Seventh from Rockwood, the 94 is Ryan Fraser. And eighth from Ottawa, the 52M, Mark Saprinen.
Saprinen. I thought maybe you were going to defer
paused.
to me.
Did you notice? I paused to lead into that. But we've got a couple of ones to watch in this one. Lockhart's one to watch. The 51 of Lee Ladouceur on the pole and the 71 of Mike Bowman. So the outside of row number 1 and the outside of row number 2. We sort of picked 2 drivers from the east and 2 drivers from the west that make this series so exciting, Greg, when they come together.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be an interesting race to watch here between those alone as it is, and you throw in the mix everyone else in this qualifying heat. But Lee Ladouceur knows how to get it done, and he's happy to be back here at Ohsweken Speedway. Mike Bowman, we know the time he had here back in August cleaning up in both the crates and the 360s, walked away with $30,000 in a week's work.
Not a bad couple of nights. And Dino, just for the record, I agree with you. I got a text complaint from the head of the Dirt Car Series. Don't inflate his race director's head.
I think he needs a raise since I don't write the checks.
Green is out. They rumble down into turn number 1. A big start by Cam McKinnon up on the high side in that 85. Side by side for the lead, side by side for third.
Yeah, Cam McKinnon has figured the crate sprints out, that's for sure. And he's done some racing down to the east. In fact, last weekend wasn't here on Friday night. He was down at Can-Am Speedway, and here he is right now in the final transfer spot.
Holding on to the 4th spot with behind him Jesse Costa, one of the heavy hitters in this class in the 52 machine, but out in front, Tanner Podwinski. Mike who?
Right there in that 3rd spot as he comes to the outside of Ladouceur. They work it off a corner 4. It's all Podwinski. Bowman squeezes it through and takes 2nd at the line.
Ladouceur will battle him on the bottom of the racetrack, but Bowman with that nice smooth line up on the high side. He'll take that 2nd spot. Costa up to 4th. Cam McKinnon back to 5th and fading back just slightly.
Mike Bowman trying to close the gap between he and Tanner Podwinski as they go down the back stretch. This time by will be the cross flags in heat race number 3. Halfway home for Podwinski, Bowman, Ladouceur, and Costa. So those 4 looking to maintain where they're at right now for another 5 laps.
Bowman is closed in using that high groove. Podwinski down low, but Podwinski still making some good forward bite up off the corner.
Here they go down the backstretch. Bowman to the outside, up against the wall, rolls to the high side through 3 and 4. Coming off of 4, Bowman, your new leader at the line.
They've got a sizable advantage over Ladouceur in third, Costa running fourth, and again a big gap back. Cam McKinnon, even a fifth place run in this heat would be a good run for Cam McKinnon, will set himself up well in the B main.
2 laps left to go. This time by we'll see the white flag for leader Mike Bowman as he comes off for another time. Trouble for McKinnon, nearly smacked the wall.
Man, he almost got the wall, and then Trevor Young and Ryan Fraser just stuck by as the white flag flies. Look at that battle for third. Costa putting the pressure on Ladouceur.
Off of 4, checkers out. Mike Bowman will pick up the win over Tanner Podwinski, Lee Ladouceur third, and Jesse Costa. They will all punch their ticket into the A main. Good run for Trevor Young up there in fifth. Ryan Fraser, Cam McKinnon, and Mark Suprinin rounding out the running order.
Had that been a standard 8-lap heat, Cam McKinnon finishes fifth, has a great starting spot in the B main. That one mistake up there in turn number 2 cost him big time.
Well, Tommy, with all these cars, you mentioned it earlier, first time of the 6 qualifying heats, you can kind of see the intensity that we're used to from Nationals past for the 360s transferring into this division
Yeah,
now.
you sure can. And we should mention, I mean, Jesse Costa, he was in fourth in a qualified spot. You might think, why is he pushing so hard? Passing points are in this as well. So if you get more passing points, you get a shot at possibly getting in the pole dash or getting a better starting spot in the feature. So they got to go no matter what, even if they're fourth and in a qualified spot.
We saw him there giving a good charge on Lee Ladouceur as we get ready for qualifying heat number 4. Greg Wilson will line up on the pole out of Harrisburg in the 14W. Austin Rose from Mosley in the 3S. He'll line up in the second spot. John Cadman from Smithville in the 71C. He starts in the third position. Fourth will be the Iceman, Johnny Miller out of Six Nations in car 20. Larry Gledhill from Thamesford in the 14. He starts fifth. Sixth, out of Ancaster, the 16X of Keegan Baker. Brian Nanico from Oshwegan in the 9C starts 7th, and 8th will be Kiana Teal from Hagersville in the 24K.
Fellas, there is going to be a dubious distinction started here, and I'm sure it's already started, but being the best car to not qualify for the Northern Crate Nationals, just like the Sprint Car Nationals, there is going to be some very good talent that'll wind up watching this feature event just because things didn't go their way tonight.
Yeah, and that's tough to take because this division is so tightly knit when it comes to competition. You've got some of the drivers that are still trying to figure it out, but the gap from those that are on the upward swing to the top of the pile, it's a pretty tight gap, really.
Oh, yeah. And that's what Matt Billings was talking about that earlier tonight, about how much fun it is because of that. Big start for Greg Wilson in that 14W. Gets out ahead of Austin Rose in the 3. Kiana Teal having trouble in turn 2, and I don't think Doug Leonard liked that start very much. Premature acceleration by Greg Wilson in that 14W.
Backing up in the front row of the 3 at 14W. You go back a row in behind the 71.
There you have it.
So John Cadman gets a gift. Greg only has to go back 1 row, so I think he's...
And just like that, Greg Wilson quits. Doug had told him, if you don't go back a spot, you'll take it to the pits, and he just left. So there you have it.
That was peculiar.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
He still would have started third. Now, I will say this. We get to hear Doug, and it's crystal clear. The drivers don't hear him as clearly as we do. Those receivers, and you've got earbuds in your ears, and it can be challenging, but Greg Wilson may regret that.
Nonetheless, green flag is out this time. It is A-OK, says race director Doug Leonard, as Austin Rose leads over John Cadman off of corner number 4. The Iceman and Larry Gledhill right now, your top 4. Keegan Baker right there knocking on the door. Larry Gledhill, and here comes Nanico.
Close quarters down into turn number 3 between the Iceman and John Cadman is out in front. Rose continues to lead the way. Look at Keegan Baker closing in along with Brian Nanico. We're going to have a great battle, I think, here for that 4th spot.
Austin Rose off of corner number 4. Won early on in the season in that Nathan Ackland Racing, Rose Racing 3S. He leads over the Iceman, Johnny Miller, and it's been a tale of 2 stories for Johnny Miller. Started the season in the car that he's been in for the last few years. Was involved in a pretty serious accident. They rebuilt the car, and he has been the top half of the field ever since, and I'm talking top 10 quality.
He sure has been. I'm watching Brian Nanico. He made a decision 3 laps ago to start running the high side of the racetrack. It is paying him back. He got around Keegan Baker. Now he's closing in on Larry Gledhill. That's a transfer spot he's going for. The elderly, nope, the elder statesman, not the elderly. Jumps that 9C into a qualified spot. Nicely done, Brian Nanico.
Larry Gledhill lost the handle there going into corner number 2, and that cost him that spot. Nanico gets by. Out in front, it's Rose, but Miller is closing the gap right now. Still 3 laps left to go, and here comes Miller.
Miller looking to the inside of Austin Rose down into turn number 3. Rose will close that door. Miller not quite close enough to make that move as we've got 2 laps to go.
2 laps to go, and Gledhill's gotten back by Nanico for the 4th position. So lots of action for both the lead and for the transfer position. Right now it's John Cadman, the only one kind of quietly in that 3rd position all by himself.
Johnny Miller just got a little crossed up there in turn 4, but now Austin Rose gets crossed up in turn 1. They'll battle side by side. One more time to 3 and 4, and it's going to be Austin Rose leading the charge. He'll take the win. Johnny Miller finishes 2nd, 3rd to John Cadman. Now Larry Gledhill's got to hang on, and he will to 4th with Nanico 5th.
6th belongs to Keegan Baker. And Kiana Teal will finish things out in the 7th spot.
How about Kiana Teal staying on the lead lap for a 10-lap heat race? Great improvement for the young lady from Hagersville.
She's been smooth and steady. That's been a positive thing to say for Kiana Teal here this evening as we got Clinton Jeffrey down for the track report.
Thanks, guys. First one of the night, Case IH track report here. We have wheel pack tonight. That means all the sprint cars have taken 3 laps out here under just pacing speeds to help work this track in. It's very tacky down here. What we don't see is the black slickness we've seen all year, guys. It looks very good. And right up here at the top, there is a bit of a cushion starting to build, but it's going to blow right off. But I think we're going to have great traction through the majority of the night. For the crate feature tonight, we might see it slick up, but this is the most bite we've had all summer.
Track looks fantastic. Let's tell you how they're going to line up for heat race number 5. On the pole from Ohsweken, the MK8 is Matt Hill on the outside of the front row, and the 97 from Listowel is Sheldon Bender. 3rd from Salmon Arm, British Columbia, the 26 is John Verney, and 4th it's the highlight man, Mac DeMann from Mississauga driving the 4 car. 5th out of Woodstock, the 29W is Tyler Ward, and 6th it's 4 Barrel Darrell. Out of Port Perry, the 4B is Daryl Peltier. 7th from Six Nations, the 38 is Derek Miller. And starting 8th from Roslyn, the 4K is Jamie Kay. Is out on heat race number 5. Mac DeMann all but pushing Sheldon Bender down into turn number 1, but he'll wind up 3rd on the backstretch.
Bender will come off of corner 4, cross the stripe for the first time as your leader. Mac DeMann to the outside of Matt Hill holds down the 2nd spot.
Wow, DeMann across the nose of Hill in the MK8. Here comes 4-barrel Darrell and Mac Demand for the top spot alongside Bender, but Bender able to hold him off.
Here comes Demand. He'll look down low in corner number 1. He'll get by Bender, grab the lead in that Bar Motorsports number 4 machine.
4 cars dancing for those 3rd and 4th spots out there. Matt Hill has 3rd, Peltier has 4th, but right behind them it's John Verney and Tyler Ward in the 29W.
Peltier holding on to the 4th spot, right in behind Matt Hill. Ward ahead of Verney right now in the 26. These 4 cars stay all tied tightly together. Out in front, it's all Mac Demand and Sheldon Bender.
Top 2 have pulled away significantly as Peltier right up to the outside of the racetrack, but he keeps it on the banking. Tyler Ward not giving up in that 29W. He heads to the high side of the racetrack to try to make some speed.
This time by, it'll be 6 laps complete for Mac Demand as Tyler Ward takes the Liam Martin route up in corner number 2. A little off excursion there and got out of it, and now side by side with Verney.
You get off the bank part, you're in a little bit of trouble as John Verney drives it deep into turn 1 right alongside Tyler Ward. Their battle has been great for Darrell Peltier in the 4B and Matt Hill in the MK8.
And it's funny, Liam Martin takes that route, and for some reason it's a money spot for him. For everyone else, it's trouble. But he's found something there.
The battle rages on for that 3rd spot between Hill and Peltier with 2 laps to go. Mac Demand heading into turn number 3. He'll see the white flag in the air.
Final time around, and Mac Demand definitely looking for a heat race win here, obviously. But when you come in, you're the champion, the winningest driver in this division. You want to cash in the heats because there are no provisionals. Doesn't matter how many wins or how many championships. Well, it doesn't matter now. He's locked himself into the A main, followed by Sheldon Bender in the 2nd spot. And then at the line, it's going to be Darrell Peltier and Matt Hill.
Tyler Ward going to head for the B main. So is John Verney out of British Columbia. So we've got John Verney, and then we just learned we've got Josh Verne from New York.
Tommy and I had a discussion about that, and we both picked unwisely in that. So it's Josh Verne Jr. in the 1V, so we'll get that right for feature time. But nonetheless,
I even tried to. I got one of his relatives. I saw him comment on something on Facebook, and I commented and said, "Help our announcers out. How do you pronounce this?" And he said Verne with the E on it. I was like, I don't know what that means. So, then he didn't answer again. So we took a chance, and we were wrong.
Tommy, Doug is looking for the long toe. So if you go see him, fill him in. Thanks.
That's a trick. That's a trick. Don't take off your shoes.
You beat me to it, Adam. Heat race number 6 onto the racetrack, the final heat of the night for the crate sprints. On the pole for this one from Georgetown in the 2M, it's Steve Murray. The outside from Brantford in the 88, it's Lance Erskine. Starting in the 3rd spot from Rockwood, car number 74 is Rob Neely, and alongside him from Waynefleet in the BS 39, it's Brett Stratford. Greg Smulders from Dorchester in the 00 starts 5th. 6th will be Ashton Van Every from right here in Ohsweken in the 77E. Ken Hamilton from St. George in the 69K starts 7th. And Will Marsh out of 19M will start in 8th. Although I don't see him out there.
No, I don't see him either. You know, that Mike Morris has done a great job this year selling for us, but the fact that we have a sponsor for the longest toe in the field just doesn't seem fair to me, Greg.
Who's sponsoring it? A shoe company?
Maybe. We can't control. Like, that's out of people's control.
You guys still with this? I came back and put my headset back on. I thought you were going to be talking about something else.
We went through the starting lineup. We had a little bit of time, and that is of interest to me.
Oh, Brett Stratford's going to make it 3 wide down into corner number 1, and he'll make it work. He edges ahead for a moment. Ken Hamilton's going to go around, though, and that's going to put us under the caution flag. All for naught for Brett Stratford.
Now, Brett Stratford was here testing last night. They tried some new things, and he found something that required his dad, Bert, to drive down to St. Catharines today to pick up some parts. So what he found in that test that they would have had to change on the car, but found something that would be worth the drive.
Well, I talked to him before the night. In fact, we got an interview with him, and I believe he said they were running bleeders tonight.
I didn't think that was allowed in the crates.
I didn't just say that.
I think they can run the mechanical ones, but probably not the electronic ones.
Gotcha.
I'd have to look in the rule book, but maybe Clinton can tell us.
Next time I'll just let them play the interview. Bury yourself.
That's a touchy subject right now, because in NASCAR someone just got in trouble for bleeders. So it's Ty
right?
Majeski in the Truck Series. And they're definitely not allowed to run bleeders there.
Well, that seems like it'd be something pretty obvious to find. But what do I know? I'll answer that myself. Not very much.
So we'll try it again here in heat race number 6. Another 4 drivers. These will be the final 4 drivers to punch their way into the A main through the qualifying heats. Everyone else will have to do it through one of the 2 last chance qualifiers, the C and the B main. Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's National Tour races here tonight and tomorrow night. Steve Murdoch leads the way over Lance Erskine. Then you've got Stratford and Neely pulling ahead just a little bit.
What a different start this was. Brett Stratford back in 3rd. Almost got contested there from Rob Neely. Steve Murdoch getting a great launch, and now Stratford getting up the racetrack. Look at Ashton Van Every in the 77E.
He's right there having a good little battle with Rob Neely for that 4th position. Still 8 laps to go.
Greg Smalder's not going to be counted out either. Right there in that 00. Of course, he got loose there as soon as I mentioned his name in turn number 2. Stratford trying to close in that ground he's lost, but those are a couple of fast race cars ahead of him. Steve Murdoch got really loose into turn 1. Lance Erskine went up the track in turn 2. Here goes Stratford to the inside.
Off of corner number 4, it's all Murdoch, but Stratford trying to track down Lance Erskine. He'll throw it down into the inside of corner number 1. He'll come ahead into the 2nd spot and pull away off corner number 2. And now he'll cut down the lead of Steve Murdoch.
I have a feeling that top 3 is all going to converge together here over the next couple of laps, because I don't think Lance Erskine is going away.
Murdoch, Stratford, Erskine, Neely, top 4 broken away from Ashton Van Every. This time by 4 laps left to go. Stratford trying to put the heat on the 2M of Steve Murdoch.
Steve Murdoch now will know he's there. That's how wrong I am. Lance Erskine not closing in on the top 2, but Rob Neely is closing in on him in the Radio Shuttle 74. And all I need to do was talk about him. Fell back about 10 car lengths.
Murdoch has put some distance between he and Stratford. This time by, it'll be 2 laps left to go, says flagman Dave Hunsinger. Final qualifier for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. Getting the qualifying in here for the 2nd annual Northern Crate Nationals, brought to you by Nitro 54 Variety.
White flag will come out this time for Steve Murdoch in that 2M. Brett Stratford struggling to close the gap, but having a good solid 2nd place run.
Checkers coming out off of corner number 4. Steve Murdoch will pick up the win over Brett Stratford. Then it's Lance Erskine and Rob Neely. They all go to the A main. So Van Every, Smulders, Hamilton will all go to the B and C main respectively here, as when we return, we'll get back to some racing action here on G-Force TV.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to to great taste.
Lockhart's Odyssey is BRP's newest marine dealer for the legendary Alumacraft fishing boats, the luxurious Manitous, and the affordable Sea-Doo Switch pontoons. Come aboard our new outdoor showroom, located here in Cortland at Lockhart's Odyssey, your BRP superstore.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV.
Back live on GeForce TV, getting ready for qualifying for the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks. And the first qualifiers underway with Ken Hare, Tyler Hill on the front row. John Cote, Steve Conway's back. He starts fourth. Rob Goulding and Christopher French back in row 3. Mike Giberson, Crystal Souls in row 4. Kyle Rothwell, Jason Tolton row 5. And Nico Hansen and Ryan Hiller back in row 6. All cars qualify. 2 qualifying heats tonight.
Ryan Hiller, of course, our track champion this year. It was an exciting final night of competition.
Oh, that was a telltale drone shot there. Christopher French gets a little help. He gathers it back up, though.
How about Stephen Conway out front in that 88 machine? Spent nearly a month in the hospital recently. Had a substitute driver in the car last week, but he was feeling well enough this week. Decided to come down and give it another try. Great to see him out front having a successful run here in this mini stock qualifier.
Yeah, things were pretty touch and go with Steve there for a while. If you followed him on Facebook, and had a really rough month of August, and so glad to see him back. And the start of the year, he had mechanical problems, even with the trailer towing home. And if you thought that was bad enough, then the health issues. And boy, oh boy, that's a great story out front.
And I mean, it was not a matter of that he wouldn't finish races. He'd barely get to the third lap of a race and something would break and he'd be out, but he kept coming back. Car looks good each and every week. That GSR logo on the 88 machine.
How about Kyle Rothwell? Started 9th. He's up to the 2nd spot. He's closing in on race leader Conway. With Ken Hare, who's picked up back-to-back wins now in this division here.
Yeah, Hare's looked great the last couple of weeks. And
I've never been able to say that.
Hare does look great the last couple of weeks. You just don't have any.
Just not mine. Rothwell gets by Conway for the lead, with Hare holding on the 3rd spot.
2 more laps to go. And Rothwell left that outside lane open there. If Conway had a big enough run. Conway back into the 2nd spot in that 88. Not sure if Hare's going to be able to close in or not. He's quite a ways back there in the 3rd position.
One more time around for Kyle Rothwell over Conway. Hare, here comes Goulding on the charge, looking to the outside of the Ken Hare machine. Jason Tolton's right there as well.
Checkered flag going to fly. As Kyle Rothwell is pulled away. He'll take the win over Stephen Conway, a successful 2nd place run. 3rd going to Hare. Then Goulding, Tolton, Hiller, Hansen, French, Giberson, and Cole. We got some birthday wishes, or at least one. We've got to wish JP a happy birthday from Yana. Other announcements were we handed.
Well, I was thinking, I've only ever missed one Nationals weekend. It was 2007, and it was because my son McLean was born 16 years ago today. And it's funny how that turns out. He's the one in the family that became the big race fan, even though he caused me to miss the Nationals. And so I refused to wish him a happy birthday because he broke the perfect streak for me. But no, seriously, happy birthday, McLean. He's down there in the infield shooting photos with my dad, driving around in the Case Scout down there and between corners 1 and 2.
Here's how they'll line up for qualifier number 2. Graydon Lyons on the pole out of Cambridge in the 32L. Starting second for Brighton in the 22, Tyson Gregory. And we got to mention our thoughts are with Sean Gregory, who is a bit of a miracle this week. Suffered a massive heart attack. They had to shock him. What did I read in that post? 14 times. And he is on the road to recovery. So, Sean, if you're watching, our thoughts are with you. If anyone in the Gregory family is watching, our thoughts are with all of you. Give you the rest of the lineup. Blair Roussel out of St. Catharines, the 17R. Dave Winninger in the 34D. Tim DeBoer in the 9. 17, Alex Riley. Fabio Oliveri in the 16. Tristan De Silva in the 01. James Marshall in the 0. Tyler LaFantasy in the 4. And the 64 is Doug Erskine. Gregory giving that car a good run. Tyson out in front in the 22 machine. They're 3 wide for the second spot. Riley in the middle. DeBoer down low, and up on the high side is Winninger.
So Tyson Gregory out in front. Tim DeBoer has been quick here in the last couple of weeks. Had 1 win get away from him this year. The guy passing him to the inside, Alex Riley, didn't run a full season but picked up 3 wins in that gray and blue number 17.
They did a little bit of traveling in that 17. I believe he ran out down in Brighton last weekend. Oh, Gregory, hang on to it, Tyson. He got real loose there down into turn number 1. That allows DeBoer and Riley to close the gap. They'll continue to lead down in 3 and 4. Again, a little bit sideways. The top 3 now pretty close together with Tristan De Silva closing in as well.
Here comes DeBoer closing in on Gregory. Oh, right there. He had to let off just a little bit to keep from tagging the 22. Riley's right on the back bumper of the 9 of DeBoer. Tristan De Silva watching all this happen in front of him.
And Tyson Gregory being used to Brighton Speedway, you run the bottom at Brighton, you really defend that inside. Ashweeken's about a little bit wider. So Gregory used a little bit more racetrack out there. Tim DeBoer able to find a way to get by, but Gregory going to fight back here. That car's awfully loose in the turns, but loose is fast.
2 to go for Tim DeBoer. They head into corner number 1 another time. Riley right there now. Tucked down to his inside. Gregory will line up to the outside of Riley and get a good run down the backstretch. Edges ahead for second.
Fun battle to watch out here as the white flag going to fly. 1 more lap to go. This is anybody's race. DeBoer leads the way. Gregory asserting his position on the outside. There was contact. They all got a little bit squirrely, but down into 3 they go.
Final time through 3 and 4. I have a feeling this isn't over yet. Here they come, Tim DeBoer. He's going to hold on. Here comes Gregory, second at the line over Riley. And then it's De Silva and Erskine.
Great battle for a young racer without, I don't know if he has a little bit of experience here, but not much, possibly none.
I think he was here earlier in the year.
Was he? But that had to be a lot of fun.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Great run there by Tyson Gregory. And did you mention that was Doug Erskine in the lineup? Or
I did. So.
Okay, good. Because timing and scoring was showing Nick, but Nick's away. And Doug with a good solid run there in the top 5. Looks like it's time for the 360 sprints to come out. 4 qualifying heats in total. 41 cars ready to go. Twin 15s tonight for the 360s. And the winners of those Twin 15s will lock themselves into the show for tomorrow night in the 19th running of the Northern Sprint Car Nationals. First qualifying heat will line up like this. On the pole, the 2019 winner of the Nationals from Kalispell, New York in the 52, the straight shooter Scott Kruder alongside him. The Ohsweken flyer Glenn Stiers aboard car number 0. Lining up in third from Cheektowaga, New York, the 94 of Todd Hoddick. And going from 4th out of Ontario, New York, the 45H, the Cobra, Chuck Ebing. Starting in the 5th spot from St. Mathieu de Belleville, Quebec, and the 28, it's Jordan Poirier. Lining up in 6th from Dade City, Florida, the 15GG, Garrett Green. Starting in the 7th spot from Clay, New York, in the 98, it's Joe Trenka. And lining up 8th out of Scotland in the 47X, D-Dubs, Dylan Westbrook. 9th starting position from Beamsville, the 88H, that's Josh Hansen. Starting in the 10th position from Brewerton, New York, the 87 Racing, Jason Barney. And rolling off in the 11th spot from Fenwick in the 14H, the Red Rocket, Jim Hoopinen. I would like to know how many feature wins are in this qualifying heat.
More than a few. I got an update on Greg Wilson after this race, Greg.
Here we go to the green flag, the first qualifier of the night for the 360s, and I expect the intensity to be big in these as well. It's race your way into the Twins or you're done.
Scott Kruder taking it to heart out in front, leading the way at the end of lap 1. Glenn Steyer second. Heaving in third, followed by Todd Hoddick in the 4th spot.
Glenn Steyer solidly right down that 2nd spot. It's got to be a feel-good run for him right now with the Cobra Chuck Ebing breathing down on him now. Jordan Poirier right now sitting in the 5th spot. He was about to get a challenge there, but that was all for naught.
Man, oh man, these 360s are wild on Nationals weekend. Steyer second, Hebing third, Hoddick 4th. Dylan Westbrook trying to carve his way through traffic.
Halfway home in this one already. 4 in, 4 to go. Just 8 laps in these qualifying heats tonight. We'll see 10 tomorrow night. Here comes Steyer's challenging on the straight shooter.
Wow, Steyer's in the zero machine all over the back end of the 52. Great to see the boss as fast as he is tonight. That thing is rolling the center of the corner like crazy on the bottom.
Here he comes. He'll take the run down in 3 and 4. Up in front of Kruder here at the line with 2 to go. Steyer's your leader.
Man, he's fast. So fast through the middle of 1 and 2. Look at the gap he builds down the back straightaway. It'll be white flag in the air for Steyer's in the 0.
One more time around for the Oshwegan Flyer. Here comes the Cobra Chuck Hebing now. He'll work to the outside of Scott Kruder. Down in 1 and 2.
Kruder's brake rotor is glowing red on that 52. Checkered flag in the air for Glenn Steyer's.
Kruder holds on a second. Then it's the Cobra over Hoddick, Poirier, Westbrook, Barney. Then it's Trenka, Hansen, Garrett Green there in the 15GG, and then the Red Rocket, Jim Hoopinen. How about that? The Oshwegan Flyer, Glenn Steyer's with a heat race win.
So Greg Wilson sent me a message, Greg, and he wanted people to know. He says he didn't quit. He had a vibration that first lap. The torque ball was hitting his ankle, and he didn't want to injure himself. Spacer broke in half that bolts to the crank, so Greg Wilson is looking for some luck. Things did not go his way, but he did want the fans to know he didn't take his ball and go home. Had an issue with that race car. So I'm glad he reached out and messaged us, because when things like that happen, we're curious.
And what was it?
What? A torque ball.
Well, then he did take his ball and go home, technically.
I was wondering where you were headed with that.
Heat race 2, Adam.
On the pole from Brantford, the 49L is Lucas Smith. Alongside him from Oshwegan, the 77T is Tyler Paulus. Third from Dunnville, the 15 is Ryan Turner. And fourth out of Beachville, the 5 is DJ Christie. Starting 5th in the 21J from St. Williams is John Burbridge Jr. 6th from Grand Island, New York. The 21K is Kyle Phillips. 7th from Oshwegan, the 68 is Aaron Turkey. 8th from Binbrook, the 9 is Liam Martin. 9th out of Picton, the 84 is Tyler Rand. And rounding out the field from Tilsonburg, the 17X is Corey Turner. That's a loaded heat. Again, they're all loaded heats.
Green flag out, heat race number 2. Oh, close racing there. DJ Christie gets hot into the rear end of Lucas Smith down in 1. And problems for Liam Martin. He'll come up with a left front broken on the 9.
And Aaron Turkey, fortunate that wasn't a whole lot worse in the The yellow flag flies. Turkey just clipped the 9 of Liam Martin.
There was a lot to unpack from the green flag in 4 to the backstretch.
So DJ Christie drove into turn number 1 like a bat out of hell. The trouble was there were 2 cars right in front of him. How about that Nitro 54 variety looking number 15 to Ryan Turner? That is a sexy race car. Like, that looks like a collectible.
Yeah, he's got that thing all chromed out. Another creative edge creation.
Looking at this replay from the backstretch speed shot.
Hard to see there.
Yeah, so I thought Aaron Turkey got clipped by Liam Martin, but he got clipped by a different car that's still out on the racetrack. Clinton Jeffrey is in the vicinity, I think. I know Jack is.
I thought on that start there was some contact between Turner and Christie here on the front stretch even before they got to 1. Might have touched wheels, and then Christie got down there and tagged Lucas Smith.
And so the fans know with tonight's format, this will end the night for Aaron Turkey and Liam Martin.
Yeah, no B main tonight. And the other thing is, only the heat winners are locked in. Everybody else, it's top 30 in passing points total for the heat races.
So it doesn't matter where you finish.
It doesn't matter where you finish. It's passing points only. So again, they have to go. Even though, I mean, they're only racing for 1,000 to win tonight. But it's a good test session for tomorrow night, and just the intensity of the weekend, they just naturally get out there and get after it too.
Well, that's just it. It's a practice session that pays $1,000 if you're the best of the best, right?
And technically, it pays $2,000 because you win, you get locked in for tomorrow night's 1,000 to start feature. So it's worth it. But everybody else isn't going home with much, so it's a calculated risk to try to go for the win.
And it feels really good. So, we're going to introduce some of these drivers. Nope, they've all been here, done that. The choose rule here at the Big O. How about a round of applause, folks, for Aaron Turkey while he can hear you taking that long ride back to the pits. He gave Laura from Friday Night Thunder a thrill last night in the 2-seater sprint car. He never lifted.
Now, Ryan Turner, is that our first special Nationals paint scheme?
Well, last year he had the Every Child Matters
that's true. All right.
in the September version.
You're right. So that's a tradition for them now.
Yep. He had the orange on the top wing. The rest of the car was yellow, but this is an all-out new scheme just for the Nationals, and it's sharp.
Wow, great run for Ryan Turner around the outside. He'll pick up that 3rd spot. Corey Turner was able to move up a row or 2. Remember, he started dead last in this one in that 17X.
Tyler Powell is holding down that 2nd spot with Ryan Turner in tow. It's all Lucas Smith out in front. Having a great run right now in that 49L in his rookie campaign in the 360s.
DJ Christie's got his hands full in that 5 machine. He's lost some position, so he's going to have to get up on the wheel and find something out there. Ryan Turner in the 15 closing in on Lucas Smith, our race leader. We're halfway through.
Ryan Turner right down along the blocks down there through 1 and 2, trying to draw up on the 49L of Lucas Smith. He'll go up to the high side. Look at Corey Turner up to the 4th position, but he'll get crossed back over there as Kyle Phillips goes to his inside.
Battle at the front. Lucas Smith side by side with Ryan Turner. Turner edges out in front in 3 and 4. He'll slide up in front of the 49 of Smith. Smith looking for racing room, follows him into turn 1.
Ryan Turner, Smith, and Powless. 1, 2, 3. Powless looks to the inside of Smith right now as he bobbled a bit in corner number 2. White flag is out.
You will never out-nerve Lucas Smith in the 49L. Ryan Turner out in front, pulling away. Look at the battle for 2nd.
Checker out is coming to Ryan Turner off a corner 4 for the second spot. Paulus gets it over Smith.
Smith third, then it's Kyle Phillips, Corey Turner, DJ Christie, John Burbridge, and Tyler Rand. What a show. Heat race number 2. I just had a quick look at the starting lineup of Heat 3. It's pretty good too, Greg.
Yeah, it's tough sledding in all of these qualifying heats here tonight. Lineup for heat race number 3 looks like this on the pole in the 70mm from Bowmanville. That'll be Dale Curran. Dale Curran, a regular in the crate sprint car division. To his outside, winner at Merrittville Speedway last Saturday night with the Southern Ontario Sprints. He was the champion down at Brighton Speedway this year. Out of Freelton, the 12DD, Darren Dryden. Starting in third from Prairie City, Iowa. In the 0J, it's Linton Jeffrey. And going off fourth out of Caister Center in the 11, Jamie Turner. Sean Evans starts fifth. He's from Scotland in the 87X. To his outside, from Sunnyvale, Texas in the 15H, it's Sam Haferteep Jr. Starting in the 7th spot out of Antwerp, New York. In the 10C, it's Jeff Cook. Starting in the 8th spot out of Oswego, New York. In the 36, it's Logan Crisafulli. And starting in the 9th position out of Dorchester in car number 1, Holly Porter. Lining up in 10th from Tonawanda, New York in the 7NY, Matt Farnham.
Jamie Turner, I think, has a problem in that 11 machine. He came up slow in turn number 2. It looked like he almost drove into the pits, but then kept it on the racetrack and has rolled to a stop. What's he doing in there? A lot of hand movement. I wonder if the belts came undone or if the wheel wasn't indexed. Jamie Turner, a second-generation racer, and the third generation's pretty darn good, Greg.
Absolutely is. Turner fan. Actually, the other day I found an old dirt tracking magazine, and on the cover, Don.
Yeah, reports is Jamie Turner stopped, had a belt issue, so they got his safety belts on. He's good to go.
You and I have belt issues, but it's usually at the buffet.
This is true. I'm not convinced he's thrilled with how things are as far back as he was hanging there, but...
Not sure how much you guys talked about this, but the winners of these 4 heats and the next 26 in passing points will go into the Twins, guys.
Yeah, Tommy filled us in on that. Oh!
Okay.
Dale Curran clipped that inside wall. If he didn't, it was darn close going down into turn number 1, and that was a long slide for life there.
Darren Dryden, Sam Haferteep Jr. right now, 1 and 2. As they go down the backstretch, Haferteep trying to take a look to the outside of the 12 double D as they work off at corner number 4. Here he comes. He'll grab the lead at the line.
Haferteep to the top of the heap. Darren Dryden second. Jeff Cook running in third. Then Sean Evans hanging on to fourth in the 87X. Dale Curran took that car to the pits.
All Haferteep right now over Dryden, Cook, Evans, and Linton Jeffrey. How about the run by Matt Farnham? You talk about passing points. He started dead last. He's right now challenging and trying to get by Linton Jeffrey in the 0J at the halfway point.
You know, Matt Farnham's going to be good when he shows up at the racetrack. He always seems to rise to the occasion. All over the back end of Linton Jeffrey. And Darren Dryden, now that he's back in second, hasn't lost a whole lot of ground to Haferteep in the 15.
Oh, this youngster's had a phenomenal rookie campaign in the 360 sprints, and he is going lap for lap right now with Haferteep. Here comes the battle for the third spot. To the outside, Sean Evans. He's really gotten to an another level here in the last month or so in that 87X. Works to the outside of Cook. Cook looking low on him.
It'll be white flag in the air for Sam Haferteep. The best battle on the track is this one for the third spot.
Checkers coming out. Sam Haferteep Jr. will roll it through corner 4 for the final time. He'll pick up the heat race win over Darren Dryden in the 12 double D. Going to be Sean Evans in the 87X. Jeff Cook in the 10. Linton Jeffrey holds on to 5th, and it's Matt Farnham. And I got to say something about Jeff Cook in that car number 10. I went back through the history, and Jeff Cook in that 10, he's one of 3 drivers here tonight that were in the very first Nationals, along with Glenn Stiers and Chuck Hebing. But that's pretty cool to have Jeff Cook back here tonight.
Yeah, and this is Jeff's last season, so good to see him back here for one final time. Jeff announcing earlier this year that he was stepping away from driving after this year, so cool to see the number 10 back in the pits after he hasn't been here in 4 years, actually.
No, so that was good. When I saw him roll out, I thought, wow, I remember him from way back in the first one. So,
yep, awesome to see. Heat race number 4 is going to line up like this. On the pole from Thamesford in the 7, it's Eric Gledhill. Outside him from Burlington, the 46C, is Ryan Conium. Third in the 79 from Harding, Pennsylvania, it's Jordan Thomas. And fourth from Mount Bridges, the 45, is Nick Sheridan. Fifth from Dunville in the 46, it's Kevin Pauls. And sixth from Six Nations, the 77X, is Alex Hill. Seventh out of Brantford, the 10, is Mitch Brown. And eighth from Niagara Falls, the 70, is Bailey Hurd. Ninth from Hamilton, the 19D, is Alan Downey. And 10th from Victoriaville, Quebec, the 21, is Alex Terrien. 10 cars make up heat race number 4.
Now, I hope I get his last name right, but you know Lou Catano from Merrittville Speedway?
Yeah.
He wanted us to give him a birthday shout out. Happy birthday, Lou. Lou's worth the price of admission at Merrittville if you hear him on the microphone in the pit area.
He's a way better announcer than we are.
Oh, he is? I heard his voice the first time. I'm like, wow, he's better than us.
Way to set that bar high. Eric Gledhill and Ryan Conium on the front row. Conium's been making some gains in that 46 car.
Yeah, he has. He looked strong last week as he visited, and here he goes. He's on the outside. Oh, troubles back in the back for Kevin Pauls.
No trouble for Eric Gledhill out in front. He'll lead the way over Thomas, Sheridan, and Conium at the end of lap 1.
Jordan Thomas has become, over the last number of years, a real contender for the Nationals each season. And here he runs in that third spot, trying to get by Nick Sheridan. It'll look low off of corner 4. Sheridan has the spot.
Sheridan made a nice pass on Thomas in that 79. We don't see a lot of drivers pass that 79 when he comes here to the Big O.
No, that's just it. And the way Nick Sheridan's been running, he's been keeping pace with the heavy hitters here week in and week out. Got its first win down at Brighton Speedway, and Conium goes on the track in 2. That opens the road for Bailey Hurd.
Mitch Brown got by. Now Bailey Hurd's going to give it a crack on the inside at 3 and 4. We're already halfway through this heat race.
Right now it's Eric Gledhill. Went a little high there in corner number 2, so Sheridan will close the gap. This time by it'll be 3 laps left to go. Gledhill, Sheridan, and Thomas.
Bailey Hurd still working the inside on Ryan Conium as they work into turn number 1. Conium will run a little bit lower on the racetrack that time through 1 and 2. And here comes Alan Downey in the 19.
How about Eric Gledhill? He's been really good here in the last month and a half as well, and looking very racy in that 7. But the youngster is tracking him down, Nick Sheridan. Not to say Eric Gledhill's old, but Nick Sheridan, he is still wet behind the ears when it comes to the age. He knows how to get it done in a race car, and here he comes. He's going to make it interesting.
One more time through 3 and 4. Sheridan to the inside. Gledhill up high. It'll be a drag race to the finish. Gledhill hangs on for the Thomas 3rd, Brown 4th, Conium 5th. Who's going to get 6th? It's Bailey Hurd over Alan Downey, Alex Hill, and Alex Terrien.
Kevin Pauls will complete the running order. Eric Gledhill picks up another big win in that Oakwood Transport, number 7. He very quietly this year. You had Darren Dryden really catch our attention, getting a win, getting a champion, actually 2 wins in the 360s. He got a championship at Brighton, so he got kind of the big headlines in the rookie crop. But Eric Gledhill very quietly has been right there and very steady, good, strong, won some heats. He's got to be proud of the season he's had in the 360s.
You're right on the money, and 4 of the top 5 cars in that heat race ran their fastest lap of the race on the final lap.
Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks ready to go with their 2 qualifying heats. Trevor DeBoer lines up on the pole for heat race number 1. He's from Hagersville in the 23. Also from Hagersville in the 8 machine, that's Ryan Dinning. Alongside him in the second starting spot. Casey Huffman from Brantford in the 13 lines up 3rd. Braden Burning from Oshweek in the 21Z starts 4th. Kyle Wirt from Ancaster in the 19. He'll start in 5th with Ryan Beagle from Vittoria in the 84RK lining up in 6th. John Overholt from Welland in the 96O. He starts in 7th. George Grossel from Canfield, the 03. He lines up in 8th. Robbie General is behind the 28D wheel tonight. He's from Oshweekin. And Jamie Gooch from London in the 76 lines up in 10th.
Green flag flies. They charge into turn number 1. DeBoer down low, slides up into the 8 of Ryan Denning. Ryan Beagle, slick track in the heat races. Yes, please.
Heartbreaker for him last week on Friday night, but then turned around, went to Merrittville Speedway and picked up the feature win there. So wasn't all horrible last weekend for Ryan Beagle, but definitely different to see him frustrated last Friday night. You don't see a lot of emotion in Ryan Beagle, but he was heartbroken over that one.
No, that was a pretty rare display of feelings for Ryan Beagle. And like you said, he was able to go out and win some money the next night. That's kind of the best cure for problems at the racetrack, is to go out and have a successful evening. And Beagle now out in front of this qualifier with Trevor DeBoer second, and side by side they race for the 3rd spot. Kyle Wirt in the 19 and Ryan Dinning in the 8.
Just behind them tonight is Robbie General. He's in the 28D. Donnie Lampman's Orange Monte Carlo. Donnie is driving Jim Lampman's Camaro tonight, but I told Jim if Donnie wins in that race, we'll call him Jim all night and give him the credit for it.
Trouble down there in turn number 2. Braden Burning goes around, everyone able to avoid. Looks like we'll need a yellow flag. Burning has come to rest, pointed the wrong direction down there in the corner.
So again, everyone qualified through these heats for the Thunderstocks with 19 cars on here tonight. No points on the line, so just one extra night of racing for our stock car divisions. And, you know, I like that. We have 2 really big events during the year. The one during the mid-August show during the week, and then we have our Nationals weekend. And these 2 divisions, which are so good to us every Friday night. I mean, the action's top-notch anywhere in the province. They get left off the card in the big events, and I'm glad to see them here tonight because they put on some excellent racing here this year.
And it was a late addition to the schedule, but these teams have come out to support it. I mean, there's tracks that would kill to have 19 cars. And for us, it's a bit of an anomaly, Greg.
Yeah, it really is. This is not what we're used to seeing in these 2 divisions, but again, no points on the line, last-minute addition. Still a great car count to have 19 cars here to put on a show for us. And off they go back through corner number 1.
Down the backstretch, Beagle leads the way into 3. Kyle Wirt working the inside of Trevor DeBoer. Ryan Denning right behind them. Halfway through this qualifier.
Kyle Wirt door-to-door with Trevor DeBoer. Trevor strong all year in that 23 machine, as was Kyle Wirt, both in the thick of the championship chase. Ryan Denning in the 8, riding there in that 4th spot. Robbie General giving that number 28D a good run here in the 5th position.
Further back, Braden Burning and John Overholt having a good side-by-side battle down the backstretch. Wirt still working the inside of Trevor DeBoer as they work into turn number 1. Nobody with a disadvantage in that battle.
No, a very evenly matched race here. It's all Ryan Beagle out in front, but a great fight right now for that second spot with 2 laps left to go for the field. DeBoer edges ahead at the line. Wirt tucks in behind going into 1.
They both run the same line heading down into the first turn. They stay equally spread apart into 3. DeBoer with the spot. Kyle Wirt going to head to the outside. Ryan Denning going to go to the inside.
Final time down the backstretch for Ryan Beagle. He'll go by Gene Googe into corner number 3. And he will see the checkered flag off of corner 4 in heat race number 1. Ryan Beagle, your winner. Second at the line will be Trevor DeBoer over Kyle Wirt. Ryan Denning. Robbie General concludes the top 5. George Grosso will hold on to the 6th spot. 7th goes Casey Huffman. 8th is Braden Burning. And it's John Overholt and Jamie Googe completing the running order in the first qualifier.
One more to go for the Thunderstocks. On the pole out of Hagersville in the 49 is Brewster Baker, Dave Bailey. Second from Thorold, the 11 is Go Fast Teeple. Third from Niagara Falls, the 26 is Keith Hain. In fourth, it's Mikey Bobby, Mike Thorne out of Caledonia in the 55. Fifth from Keister Center, the 41 is Adam Plazik. Sixth from Hamilton, the 43 is Kyle Andrus. And seventh in the 28 is from Keister Center, it's Donnie Lampman. Starting eighth from Binbrook in the 427, it's Smokey Tim Phelan. And rounding out the field from Jerseyville in the 53, it's Logan Schwedick. That's how they start in the second Thunderstock qualifier.
Tommy, Dave Bailey's championship run here, 7 in a row. Do you know who the last champion was?
Dave Silverthorne Jr.
That's back when you and I were calling.
A long time ago. 2013, I believe that was.
Crazy. I couldn't believe it when I saw that name. I thought, yeah, that's Tommy and I back then. That is quite the impressive run by Dave Bailey. He'll lead them down into 1 with Go Fast Teeple to the outside.
And I don't think Bailey likes this. I don't think he likes starting at the front of the field. He's more comfortable back 18th, 19th.
Work his way through. He's doing all right, though, out in front. Mike Thorne has shown a lot of speed this year in the 55. It's been good to see for Mike just trying to get back to where we know he's used to running.
And
he's
have
had that
fun.
speed. And have fun, yeah. Yeah, there's been times I'm sure it's been disappointing for Mike Thorne. And, you know, it's not of his doing. It's not from lack of preparation. It's been a lot of situations where it's, you know, it's just racing.
Didn't Logan Schwedick start last?
Yes, he did.
How did he get up there so fast?
Well, he's had a quick car all year as well. He's up there behind Mike Thorne. Just got by Adam Plazik. See Donnie Lampman back there behind Plazik. He's driving the Camaro tonight.
Yeah, he's driving Dad's mount, that 28 Camaro instead of the Monte Carlo. Schwedick battles with Mike Thorne at the stripe, separated by just 1/100th of a second. A lot more separation from first to second than from second to third.
Halfway home for leader Dave Bailey. Schwedick and Thorne still in a good fight for that second spot over Plazik. And you've got Donnie Lampman and Tim Phelan, as well as Go Fast Teeple, have caught this group of 4 cars. They were a little ways back not too long ago.
Yeah, definitely closing in a little bit back there behind second and third. So again, Schwedick held the second spot by 4/1000ths of a second. pretty close racing.
So far, the only one able to keep pace with Dave Bailey has been Abby, the drone pilot. He's been in the vicinity following Dave, but it's been a pull-away race here for Dave Bailey. There we see him going down the backstretch.
It's a Friday evening cruise for the 49, 2 laps to go. The battle rages on for the second spot.
And, you know, everyone's qualified this position between Thorne as Phelan goes around down the corner number 2. We'll see if that puts us under the caution.
I think it will, because I think his car is broke.
And, yeah, that'll put us under the caution flag.
I believe the right front might be broke on that 427 if we can get a look. No, maybe not. He's trying to pull away, but
he went to the Adam Ross School of Racing.
That right front doesn't look right. That's the Adam Ross School of Racing. Oh, wait for the yellow.
Yeah. But I was about to say that everyone qualifies. This race for second, in the grand scheme of things maybe doesn't mean a lot. There's not a lot on the line tonight between Mike Thorne and Logan Schwedek. But a race like that, side by side for that many laps, that's got to be just a lot of fun for them. Like, as a racer, you enjoy that.
You know, that crossed my mind earlier on today. We talk a lot about winners. You often don't remember who runs second. But there's a lot of drivers out here who will never run second or third or even in the top 5. Everyone out here has a different agenda, a different program. And there might be people out there racing for the 12th spot who go back to the pits and just thrilled because they had a good battle on a given night.
That's the beauty of the sport. Green flag is out. Now Schwedek's got a fresh start with Dave Bailey. He starts to his outside. Oh, got a little out of shape there coming through 1 and 2.
Look at that battle continue. They've swapped sides. Mike Thorne down on the inside, but look at Donnie Lampman in the 28. Adam Plazik is right there. White flag is out. Tim Phelan coming back from the 427.
There's Donnie Lampman with the outside there of Thorne looking for that third position. Schwedek has been there to the bumper of Bailey, but I don't think he's going to have enough to get by him as the checkers come out, and Brewster Baker picks up another win. Bailey wins it over Schwedek. Donnie Lampman, then it's Thorne, Plazik, Phelan, and Teal. And it's Andrus crossing the line. And Keith Haynes. So that will conclude all of our qualifying heats tonight. We'll be back with the C main for the crate sprints after this break.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. GeForce TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the ABC Series, Bushwick and Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a diehard fan or a casual viewer, GeForce TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at geforcetv.net and start watching today.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Welcome back to Ohsweken Speedway. It's time for the C-Main. Adam Ross being joined by Tommy Googe for this one. We'll run you through, for those watching on the stream real quick, the 55 of Jeffrey Weir, Mark Supernant in the 52M, Jamie Kay in the 4K, Jeremy Hughes in the 11W, Broden Weiler in the 14B, and Cameron Thompson in the 28T. And like Tommy said, 2 cars transferred to the B. Tommy?
Guys, Cameron missed his qualifying heat. They didn't get the call. They're not too happy about it. Let's see what Cam can do back in the 28T.
Well, there's nothing faster than a mad race car driver, so we'll see what we see out of the number 28 car. He's already got around Weiler for that 5th spot, but only the top 2 are going to transfer.
The biggest night of the year, so that'll be frustrating for sure. But Cam Thompson, he's had a lot of speed in that 28T, and he's working his way towards the front. Look at that. 4 cars going to do battle for 2 transfer positions.
Still Weir up front, Supernant second, but here comes Thompson around the top side. Everybody else went to the bottom, and Thompson's going to take the lead.
Cam Thompson out in front, working that outside groove. Jeremy Hughes in the 11, goes around. He'll come to rest in turn number 2.
Well, that was a bit of a wake-up call for the top 2 drivers there. Thompson just went around them like they were standing still. And we'll see what they can do now that he's asserted himself up front.
And Tommy, this is how it is anymore. You can't run a safe line. You know, the leaders running towards the bottom of the track probably felt pretty good about it. You have to find a line to really go all out. And that's what Cam Thompson did there. And if what Clint said is true, and I'm sure it is, if he's a little bit irritated, that's always good for a 1/10 of a second.
Yeah, and he's been quick here this year. It's his rookie year in the crate sprint cars, and he's been up towards the middle of the pack, which is no small feat when you look at the number of cars that we get every night in this class.
No, that's for sure. As Jeremy Hughes gets pushed off in that 11, he'll rejoin the tail of the field. The cone will get set out on the front stretch. And we should be ready to see a white flag.
So Jeff Weir currently holding that final transfer spot. He's going to be our longest tow award winner when we present intermission, and I'm sure this is not how he wants to end his evening after towing all that way from down close to Sherbrooke, Quebec.
That is a haul. So make it worthwhile. Transfer into that B main, get a few more laps. Top 2 make it. Cam Thompson going to bring them down to the cargo ease restart zone in the 28T.
Well, that was interesting.
It was so.
We'll see what Doug Leonard does with that. It looked like Weir didn't go on the start.
No, not at all. And I don't know what the rule is. So wisely, Doug Leonard going yellow. And we look at the replay here, Cam Thompson edging towards that restart zone, and as soon as he was pointed downhill, he took off. The 55 of Weir did not. And Doug Leonard's given Weir his spot back in second there. Green is out once again, and Weir's car just not taking off.
Yeah, tough break for him. As it looks like he's going to go to the pits, and that really bunched everybody up behind him. Weiler now has that second final transfer spot. Supernant back to third.
Yeah, sorry, Tommy. Unfortunate for the cars behind them, even at the very back, Jeremy Hughes and Jamie Kay in the 4K. It really messes all of them up. Halfway through, 5 laps down, 5 laps to go in the C main, and the battle to watch is the one for second. Broden Weiler has the spot in the 14. Supernet in the 52 wants it.
Well, guys, the 14 of Broden Weiler went below the cone on the restart. He's going to be docked 2 spots. He needs a yellow here or he will not qualify.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Supernet doesn't know that, though, so he's going to try to go after him for this spot. As Thompson pulls away up front. 3 laps left to go in this one.
Supernet trying to chase him down in that rat rod looking 52 out of the Ryan Hunsinger stables. He'll look to the outside, runs out of grip there in turn 2.
Supernet still working on a way to get around Weiler. And it's too bad in a way that he doesn't know about the penalty that Weiler's about to get, because he may be able to just cruise home to this one. White flag out now for Thompson.
No, but you know what? Go to the effort anyhow. Try to make that pass last time around for Cam Thompson. Leads them down the backstretch. Full straightaway advantage.
Thompson getting some good practice laps in here for the B main. He comes around and gets the win in the C main, and punching his ticket to the B main as well will be Weiler. So that puts Supernet.
Well, Supernet's going to go.
Oh, that's right.
Weiler with the penalty.
Go until they get to the tech barn. This is the way this race has gone. They're going to have to go through the tech barn for sure and make sure.
Well, and it was such a bizarre scattered restart again with Jeff Weir in that 55. So there'll be all sorts of hard feelings on this one, I'm sure.
So the fans may not have heard that in the stands here. Weiler got penalized for going below the cone on the restart. So Suprinen is the one that is moving on to the C main, or to the B main rather, along with Thompson.
We'll let them sort that out in the back, and rolling onto the track now is the dash. 5 laps. And will they start straight up from the results of this dash? Tommy nods his head yes. So however they finish in this dash is how they'll start tonight's Northern Crate Nationals. On the pole in the number 4 from Mississauga, it's the highlight man, Mac Demand, starting second from St. Catharines. The 71 is Mike Bowman. Third from Teresa, New York, the 1V is Josh Verne. Fourth from Mossley, the 3S is Austin Rose. Fifth from Wainfleet, the BS39 is Brett Stratford. Sixth from Grimsby, the 20L is Trayton Lapsevich. In seventh, it's the Iceman, Johnny Miller out of Six Nations in the 20. And eighth from Port Perry, the 4B is Daryl Peltier.
How about Lapsevich in the dash?
He's just really impressive. The kid can race. Very intelligent young man. I forget what the School of Business is called that he's at York University, but prestigious school that he's going to.
And that's why we don't know what it's called.
Exactly, right? Coming to the green flag, Mac Demand down low in the 4, Mike Bowman in the 71. Wheel to wheel, the green flag flies.
So the winner of this gets on the pole for the 30-lap feature coming up. Demand right now has got the lead. Bowman, though, quickly going after Demand for that lead.
Has a look to the inside in turn 4, but Mac Demand holds them off. Now Demand runs down to the bottom in 1 and 2. Mac Demand with the lead as Austin Rose up off the racetrack. That allows Verne to the inside for third.
Look at Stratford now. He's made a big move. Slides up in front of Verne for that third spot, so moves Stratford up, but Verne is going to try to cross back under.
A little further back. Whoa, Johnny Miller just about ate that one. They all had to check up as we're already 2 laps to go.
Demand pulling away from Bowman, but Bowman might like this. He'll start on the outside of the front row for the feature if he stays right where he is.
Trayton Lapsevich goes around in turn number 2. That will draw a yellow flag. And as we said, Lapsevich is a very good race car driver, still learning the different track conditions. And last night, even in practice, I noticed turn 1 and 2 was a challenge for a lot of race car drivers.
Yeah, 1 and 2 often gets a little slicker than 3 and 4. And Lapsevich finding that out right now. How about Josh Verne? He hasn't been here, I don't think, ever.
I don't remember seeing him before. We have a look at the replay from a distance. Lapsevich just got a little bit loose. Car gets away from him. No harm, no foul. This will be your top 8 starters for the Northern Crate Nationals 30-lap feature event. The cone going to make its way out.
So getting into the dash, a good thing for Verne. His first racing here out of Schweiken. He's from up near the, just a few miles from Can-Am Speedway, and runs very well down there.
Can-Am's a big, fast racetrack, so the speed won't be a eye-opener for Verne here. But that is impressive to come in against our regulars and make it into the dash in the top 4 rows.
Look at Bowman right on the rear Nerf bar of Demand there on that restart, but Demand takes off anyway.
Stratford the same with Verne as he works to the inside, picks up that 3rd spot down the back straightaway, and here comes the Iceman, Johnny Miller, with 1 lap to go.
Stratford and Verne close together on the front stretch that time. Stratford comes away with the spot, and now here comes Miller, gets around Verne as well up into the top 4.
Final time off of turn number 4. Mac Demand going to take the win in the pole position. Bowman 2nd, Stratford 3rd, Miller 4th, just ahead of Verne, Rose, Lapsevich, and Peltier. That should make way for what's scheduled to be a 15-minute intermission.
Looks like Mac Demand will go down the fire starter victory lane. Get some photos taken as being the pole dash winner. And I think Clinton Jeffrey will catch up with him down there as well. Should mention last call on the 50-50 is coming up very shortly. An hour ago, it was $4,200.
Holy moly. Well, while Clinton handles victory lane, Greg, I'm going to go see a man about a horse.
So Mac Demand, crown champion, 1 Friday night ago. And here he is, making a statement move here and picking up the pole dash win for a very solid Mike Bowman. He'll catch up with our Clinton Jeffrey down in victory lane.
Well, Mac, anytime you can end up on the concrete is a good start to your night. We're only halfway through, still a long way to go. You got 30 laps to go and $5,000 to go for it. Recently crowned the champ. You should have a good shot at this one, I'm thinking, tonight, Mac. Starting off, first off, we got to get you in for our Dip-A-Chip fastest qualifier. So pull that in there. Congrats. Picks up some extra cash to start the deal with our fastest qualifier. So you're having a good night. Like Tom might say, checking the boxes. You know you're doing good so far. Had some good nights. Pole dash. Everything seems to be going your way. What worries you tonight, Mac?
Not much. This is a Mac Demand track, not a Mike Bowman track. And, no, I'm looking forward to this feature. 30 laps toe-to-toe with Mike's going to be fun. Yeah, going to see how the track changes because that's going to be the name of the game in this feature. But, yeah, happy to pick up the Dip-A-Chip fastest qualifier tonight. Yeah, my guys got me a great car and perfect so far. Just hope to be back up here later.
Mac, quickly, let's elaborate on what is a Mac Demand track and a Mike Bowman track.
And Mike is smooth and slick. You can see he tried me through the middle in 3 and 4 there, but I think it's still the Mac Demand top is still there. I'm more of a hammer down. He's more finesse. I might see him lap 20, lap 30. We don't know. Well, it's going to be exciting later tonight.
You're smiling already. See if Mac Demand can be smiling at the end of this one. He is our Dip and Chip Fast Qualifier and our Pole Dash winner. We'll be right back after a short break. We've got 2 more awards to give away, and then we'll be right back into the program.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
When your dream car becomes a nightmare, leaving you frustrated, stranded, and broke, you say,
Goodbye, you piece of Let's take it to TKC.
What? You gotta pee?
TKC!
Let's take this piece of to TKC Metal Recycling. They pay cash for scrap cars.
TKC will recycle your piece of car. Got a piece of car? Visit TKC Metal Recycling, 20 Cushman Road, St. Catharines.
It all started for us at the racetrack, from dirt to water. We have continued to keep the adrenaline and drive to make sure that we are always in the forefront. We are driven to give our customers the absolute best in service, products, and memories with your family. No matter what your passion is, whether it's on the water, in the dirt, on the snow, or on the road, we will always be here welcoming you over and over again through the doors here at Lockhart's. You're not just a customer here, you are part of our team.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV.
Back live at Oshweekend Speedway on GeForce TV. Let's send it back down to Quick Victory Lane. Clinton Jeffrey.
Thanks a lot, Greg. We're standing by with our Core Pack Bill Pierre Memorial Best Appearing Car Award, Keanu Teal. Keanu, congratulations on this award. They have voted you as the best looking sprint car in the pits tonight. That's kind of cool.
Thank you so much. I'm very honored. This design was actually from my sister. It's the same same design that she made herself, and then I just added my own colors to it. But I'm very honored to be the best appearing.
Looking good. Keanu Teal, she would be our Bill Pierre Memorial. We're going to hear the longest tow award. This guy came the farthest, Jeffrey, almost from Sherbrooke, Quebec. How long, how many hours to drive here, Jeffrey?
It was probably about a good 8 hours.
We appreciate you coming out. You didn't have the great night. Hopefully you can rack and stack for tomorrow, but we appreciate you coming out. You are a Slack Lumber Longest Haul Award winner. Congrats.
Thank you.
A few extra bucks for Jeffrey Weir to help him get back to Quebec. How about for our best appearing and our longest haulers who came all the way 8 hours to be here tonight? We appreciate them. That'll do it for trackside here. We'll be ready to roll into the feature events coming up shortly.
Yeah, going to be a B main coming up for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. And Tommy, the intensity, it ratchets up. It goes from the qualifying heats. We even see it in the pole dash, which you know, we saw an incident in that pole dash on the backstretch where things got stacked up, and you could ruin your night right there in that race. But the intensity ratchets up to the B main where it's go or go home. This is it. You can still win from the B. We've seen that even with the 360s.
Yep. 20 cars are going to start. Only 6 are going to transfer. So it's going to be hard work for anybody starting outside that top 6. But it is lined up by passing points from the heat races. So there's going to be some opportunity here as well to try to move your way up.
Did Adam make it back up there yet?
No, we sent him home.
All right.
He ate all the rice balls, the cake pops, and that was it for him.
Well, here he comes now. I should wait till he gets back up there before I settle my banana bet with him. But I told him that I was going to eat all the bananas that I owed him. So I told Adam if I'd eat one banana for every pound he ate, or lost, sorry, every pound he ate. Every pound he lost, I'd eat one banana. Well, I ate one banana 2 weeks ago. I hate bananas, but you know, we didn't discuss how big the pounds were that Adam was going to lose. So we discussed how big the bananas are that I have to eat. So I brought all 38 bananas, and I'm going to eat them all this week. There's another 4. What am I at? 6, 7, 8 now, Jack? There you go. Bananas. 38 of them. I'm going to eat them this week. Thanks, Adam. We appreciate it.
Yeah, that doesn't count.
Those are pretty tasty. Did you see those?
I'm still struggling with these too, but I'm going to get 38 of them in somehow. Come on, McLean, take a picture of me and my bananas. Anyways, we're having a good time trackside. Hopefully all you people are with us tonight. Looking forward to tomorrow still. And all the action's getting set to come out. Still got a B main to settle. And things will be rolling out here at track in just a moment in time. We'll be right back live here on G-Force TV to keep things rolling.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Get ready to experience the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour. Join your host and wingman, Cam K, every Monday night at 7 p.m. on G-Force TV for an hour of non-stop excitement and in-depth analysis of the hottest racing series around. From the latest race highlights to expert analysis and insider commentary, you'll get an exclusive look at everything you need to know about the NASCAR Pinty Series. Tune in for the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour, the ultimate destination for race fans everywhere.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. G-Force TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the ABC Series, Bush Weekend Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a diehard fan or a casual viewer, G-Force TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at gforcetv.net and start watching today.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Weekend Speedway Racing on G-Force TV is brought to you by Mighty Wipes, the strongest wipe around. And by NTN, delivering the ultimate bearing experience.
Back live at Oshweekend Speedway, getting ready for the B Main for tonight's Action Sprint Tour main event. Last chance to qualify into the big show. Little protest going on down there. Clinton Jeffrey, as he was pulling away after he said he was going to eat all those bananas, threw them at the flag stand. Now they're scattered across the front stretch. I heard Doug Leonard say, "What is this, Mario Kart? We've got bananas in the track."
No, Adam wants a visual finish line, so we're going to make him one out of marshmallow bananas.
Listen, arts and craft time is over. Let's go racing. We've got to wish a happy 83rd birthday to Ed Plazik today. Did we do that yet?
No.
Ed Plazik, 83 years old.
Happy birthday, Ed.
So some facts from Lisa about Sean Gregory. They had to shock him 22 times. Wow. He flatlined 5 times.
Wow.
The Schulich School of Business. I can always count on Jeff Lapsevich to be listening because nobody has pointed out more of my mistakes than Jeff Lapsevich. He usually waits till Tuesday or Wednesday of the next week and we'll catch up. But
I was going to say, he must be really busy.
There's a lot of mistakes.
That's interesting. In Western in London, we have the Schulich School of Dentistry.
Really?
So I'm assuming it's the same Schulich.
Well, if you lick a lot of shoes, you'd probably need your teeth worked on, wouldn't you?
I would think that's like a circus school. School of contortionists.
Oh, my.
There's a joke to go with that, but I can't tell.
No, please don't. All right, B Main 4, the crate sprint cars. And here's how they'll line up going from the pole out of Cortland. Car 5, that'll be Tom Pellizzari. To the outside from Oshweek in the 9C of Brian Anico. Starting in the 3rd position from Oshweek in the 77E is Ashton Van Every. Joshua Hill from Oshweek in the 99 starts 4th. 5th starting spot from Thamesford, the 45. That is Curtis Gartley. Trevor Young lines up alongside him. In the 51, he's from Ancaster. Starting in 7th from Woodstock, the 29W, Tyler Ward and Andrew Hennessy from Picton. In the 87 starts 8th. 9th is Ryan Fraser from Rockwood in the 94. The 10 machine still listed as Al Blanchard. Not sure if it is him or Tyler Willard, if we discovered that or not. In the 7. In the 11th starting spot from Ancaster, the 16X, that's Keegan Baker. Greg Smolders from Dorchester, the 00 starts in 12th. Kiana Teal, who just won the Best Appearing Car Award. From Hagersville in the 24K, lines up 13th. 14th, John Verney from Salmon RMPC in the 26. Starting in the 15th spot from St. George, the 69K of Ken Hamilton. To the outside from Six Nations, the 38, Derek Miller. Starting 17th is Travis Hofstetter at Kitchener in car number 2. Cam McKinnon from Waynefleet in the 85C lines up 18th. Cam Thompson from Oshweek in the 28T starts 19th. And Mark Saprinit out of Ottawa in the 52M starts in the 20th spot.
Tyler Willard, guys, confirmed.
Okay, Tyler Willard for sure in the 10th starting spot.
6 cars will transfer. There's some good race car drivers out there. There's going to be a lot of disappointment as well, but for 6 drivers, they'll get their chance at the Northern Crate Nationals.
Down in the corner 1 the first time they go. 3 wide up front. Pellizzari has lead with Van Every back there. Here comes Nanico. He'll dive down to the inside.
Side by side off of 4. Wow, Pellizzari all sorts of sideways. Keeps his foot in it. Nanico the leader of that lap. And here comes Ashton Van Every on the inside.
Van Every in the Nitro 54 variety. 70-70 digging on the bottom. You got Crow on the outside, Brian Anicoke in that 9C. Here comes Joshua Hill now into the mix. Some of the drivers from Friday Night Thunder, 1, 2, 3 right now.
Pellizzari with a problem getting that car turned in turn number 2. Tyler Willard has moved up to a transfer spot. Trevor Young is battling for 1 as well.
How about Curtis Gartley? The veteran right now in that 3rd spot. He's drawn up close to the leaders. Van Every right there in the tail tank of Nanico. Caution.
Yellow flag flies for Ken Hamilton, parked down there in turn number 4. The intensity of a B main is like nothing else you'll watch. And maybe it's all in my head, Greg. It's quite possible. There's a lot going on in there.
I was going to say there's nothing in there.
Well, nothing productive, but a lot of times I'm just thinking, would that make a good blizzard? would that make a good blizzard? And just, it's very random.
You know me. Ken Hamilton, and up against the wall, this will pretty much end his night for the Crate Nationals. But boy, what a season for the 69K. Really turned things around, became competitive, and there we see the damage on the left front. But all said and done, great year for that team, and Clinton Jeffries on the scene.
Yeah, guys, you can see the axle's bent back, the shock's out of place, the torsion arm is out, so this is kicked back a bit. This should be straight up here. You've got a top wing problems, you've got some body issues. That's not the problem, but the front axle is, with this being the B main, as you mentioned. Hamilton will be done. I'm sure they can get this one fixed for tomorrow, guys. The question is, will they want to? I'm thinking they're going to want to get one more night in.
Yeah, and I mean, the way he's run this year, it's I'm sure he's going to be looking forward to getting right back out there. He's been competitive this season. They definitely got that car hooked up and going. So although the heartbreaking corner 4 is not what they wanted, I think they're going to come out of this season with a lot of positives to look back on, and are anxious to start 2024.
So I just got a text from Dave Bailey. Brett says it's Al Blanchard in the 7, says Tyler's going to drive it tomorrow. I don't know who Brett is, but it came from Dave Bailey.
I thought we had this settled. Clinton is going to have to revisit it again.
Somebody please stop the 7 car.
It's Tyler Blanchard.
We need an ID check.
When in doubt, it's Mr. Loblaw. Bob Loblaw.
See, I told you, you don't get many text messages saying, you're right. You
No, you
usually
don't.
get, here's where you've gone wrong. And Jim Lapsevich, just so you know, no, I will not make a mistake specifically for you to correct me. You've got to pick up on one of my dozens of mistakes through the course of the night.
All right, field bunch back up, ready to go.
Single file past the cone. Don't hit the cone. Don't go to the inside of the cone, especially not in the B main.
Here we go. Off to go into corner number 1 another time. Been a good battle up front so far. 3 wide back there behind the 6th position as Andrew Hennessy gets by Baker and Pellizzari. Here he comes to the outside of the 51.
Yeah, Trevor Young got bottled up just a little bit there in the 51, lost some speed. So now Andrew Hennessy up into a transfer, but look at the top 3 just about getting tangled up on the back straightaway.
And here comes Joshua Hill on the outside. Oh, close call with Ashton Van Every. Great battle amongst the top 4.
Now Van Every to the run on the inside. He's been looking for. He'll crawl up there. Man, oh man, my tongue just about locked up. Van Every to the top spot off of turn number 4.
Hill goes off a corner 4 and loses some track position there to the top 3, but holds on to the 4th spot. Andrew Hennessy closing the gap, though. He's right there in the tail tank heading into 3.
Hennessy to the inside of that 99. Slide job. Hill going to try to cross him over. Couldn't do it. Hennessy up to the 4th spot.
It's got to be a feel-good race for Andrew Hennessy. Came here back in August during Speed Week and failed to make one of the features through that B main. Since then, they've got their program turned around. He picked up his first career win, and he's on the march towards the front.
Curtis Gartley just picked up the 2nd spot from Nanticoke. Al Blanchard holding on to 6, but look at Tyler Ward in the 29W. He and Trevor Young both trying to close the gap on the number 7.
So it's Ashton Van Every out in front over Curtis Gartley. He's had a great run here tonight in that 2nd spot. Hennessy to the 3rd position by Nanticoke. So then you've got Hill and the 7 machine back there in that final transfer spot.
2 laps to go. The gap is closing even further. Josh Hill backing up. Tyler Ward moving forward. Brian Nanticoke is backing up a bit as well.
Baby.
Contact. Oh, heartbreak for Josh Hill in the 99.
7 cars got big damage too.
And I think Hill's a little bit frustrated down here on the front straightaway. Immediately the steering wheel coming out. Clint, if you want my opinion, the best interview is going to be in victory lane here with Josh Hill from this one. He had driven a great race, clearly disappointed.
Let's watch the replay.
And had Blanchard clipped the inside wall and maybe was skating across? That front end might have already been.
Yeah, I'd like to see that shot one more time because we'll be able to tell coming out of turn 2 if the left front had already broke on the 7A. So if we could see that last replay just one more time and maybe freeze it right before we get to the.
So Daniel, what we're looking for I think.
It's up there. There's where it breaks.
Yeah, and
when he clips the 99 in the left rear.
And Clint, you feel free to ask him as well if he clipped that inside wall or if he was fine until then as Clint's running down the racetrack.
I was just confirming it is Al Blanchard in the 7, 100% confirmed. I saw with my own eyes. I'm trying to get over to the 99 now. Guys, I'm working on a big deal we're going to announce here soon. Just had a big sponsor come on board for tomorrow. And just trying to verify if this is actually legit what we're about to announce, because this is going to blow some heads off here shortly.
Let's not blow heads off. Let's impress some people, because especially if you say it's an ammunition sponsor or something.
No.
Harvey's axe throwing. We're going to blow some heads off.
Well, that got graphic in a real hurry.
It did. Clinton Jeffrey on the scene with Josh Hill.
Josh just says it's over, man. Tough break for Josh Hill.
Ladies and gentlemen, give Josh Hill a round of applause. They're towing that 99 back to the pits. He drove his butt off. You can watch him on Friday Night Thunder on APTN. That's why you don't want to run the B main.
Man, and he was in a qualified spot too. He and Blanchard were 5th and 6th at the time.
So one person's heartbreak is opportunity for Tyler Ward and Trevor Young. Keegan Baker, Travis Hofstetter, they've got an opportunity, and so does Cam Thompson for that matter.
From the C main, Thompson's not out of it yet.
Still got an opportunity. 2 laps to go.
Curtis Gartley's been driving with some fire here in this B main. A lot of edge on that 45. Andrew Hennessy's been steadily working his way toward the front as well. Started in the 8th spot. He's in 3rd, and I think he's got something for the top 2.
Yeah, he's been on the charge big time. You know, it's interesting watching the crate cars, especially when on a track like this at this time of the year, the things that they do just like the 360s and the things that they do differently. Because they do race a little bit differently, especially when the track gets like this.
Oh, big time. Ashton Van Every, pleasant young man out of Six Nations in the 77E. I've never seen him without a big smile on his face. Crawling into 3 and 4 with the field behind. Top 6 gonna make it.
Back to the green through the Cargo Ease restart zone. Great restart for Ashton Van Every in the Nitro 54 variety. 77E. 10 on the board.
Tyler Ward heads upstairs. He'll pass Brian Nanicoke on the outside, take on the 4th spot. Trevor Young hanging on to 6th. White flag is in the air.
Watch Cam Thompson on the outside here. He came from the C main. He's charging towards the transfer spot.
And he's up where nobody else is running. Thompson up the high side of the racetrack. He's got to pass 2 more cars. He's got 1 corner to do it.
Checkers out, Van Every gets the win. Cartley second, Hennessy third, Ward, and then it's going to be Nanacoke, and Thompson does it from the C main.
Cameron Thompson just broke the hearts of Keegan Baker and Trevor Young. Holy moly, what a drive for young Cam Thompson.
Started in the 19th spot and drives to the 6th spot. The final transfer position on the final corner. You can see it coming to the white flag. He found something through 3 and 4, passed a few cars, and I thought, he's got a chance.
And then 1 and 2 didn't go all that well for him, but he was close enough to make that work. That's why we love B mains, folks. Wow.
That's a lot of work to come from 19th to 6th, but what a run there. Great B main, that's what you want. That's why we run the races. And let's watch the finish here is Ashton Van Every.
Poor Ashton Van Every took the win, did everything he could, and now the camera focuses on, you'll see Cam Thompson crossing over the 2 cars that he had just passed. Tommy, you and I had this conversation earlier. You can't play it safe. You got to always be looking for the bite, always be looking for the fastest way. Here's the lineup for the 15-lap feature in the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks. On the pole from Welland, the 114 is Kyle Rothwell. Second from York, the 9 is Tim DeBoer. Third from the 88 is Steve Conway. Fourth out of Brighton, the 22 is Tyson Gregory. Fifth in the 5K from Niagara Falls is Ken Hare. Sixth from St. Catharines, the 17 is Alex Riley. Seventh in the 71 from Port Colborne, it's Rob Golding. Eighth from Waterdown, the 01 is Tristan De Silva. Ninth from Guelph, the 1 is Jason Tolton. And 10th from Brantford, the 64 is Doug Erskine. And 11th is our track champion 2023 from New Hamburg, the 21H is Ryan Hiller. 12th from Ancaster, the 16 is Fabio Oliveri. 13th from Beamsville, the 27 is Nico Hansen, and 14th from Thorold, the 4 is Tyler LaFantasy. 15th from Stratford, the 54 is Christopher French. 16th from St. Catharines, the 34D is Dave Winninger. 17th from Caledonia, it's the Pinball, Mike Giverson in the 11th. 18th from St. Catharines, the 17R is Blair Roussel. John Cote in the 14, James Marshall in the 0, Tylen Hill in the 555, Graydon Lyons in the 32L, and Crystal Souls in the 81D.
Oh, Tim DeBoer, hold on to it there in 2. He does, gathers it up, drops a couple of spots with Rothwell out in front, Conway in the 2nd position, Gregory holding down 3rd.
Rothwell going to lead the way at the completion of lap number 1, and Tim DeBoer, it's going to take a lap or 2 for his heart rate to come down, I would imagine.
That was a mighty wipes moment there for the driver of the Tim Sonato, number 9. Sitting right now to the outside of the most recent winner, Ken Hare. 5K has won back-to-back now in this division. The first win came when the guy out in front just barely missed the weight in post-race inspection. Said, hey, that's on me. Ken Hare picked up the win. Let's say he's making a run here to make it 3 in a row, but he catches a piece of Alex Riley down in 2 and has to gather it up.
Tyson Gregory having a good run in that 22 machine. He's racing on the inside of Stephen Conway. Tim DeBoer looking for a lane to work in that Timson number 9.
It's all Kyle Rothwell over Conway. Gregory and Tim DeBoer caution flag comes out. And we got one around down in corner number 4. I think it's Crystal Souls.
I think it is too.
Whew. Well, I'm interested in this news that Clint kind of dropped there. I mean, things in your mind got really dark fast, but other than that, I'm excited to hear what this is. Like, I thought cake pops and rice balls were kind of the creme de la creme, but this won't involve us benefiting in any way, I'm sure.
I imagine you're correct. Well, Clinton, what do you have to say for yourself?
Nothing for you guys. We'll announce it after Victory Lane here for the mini stocks when we've got a good captive audience and everyone's paying attention, but it's some great news. Not for you guys. So Crystal Souls is backed up here onto the wall in 4 and just got a little bit of the back bumper resting up on the end and not giving her any drive here. So they'll just tug this one off here and shouldn't be too much of a problem. Here's good. You got the back bumper stuck up here. It's lifting up the back end. She's got no drive to get out of the mud. So quick toe job and we'll move her on out of here.
Hunter Hertendi just sent me a note to say Savannah Sharp has a birthday, her 16th birthday today. So happy birthday there. And for those who want to know the significance of Ed Plazik being 83, he's got plenty of racers here. Adam Plazik for one, but Ryan Turner and Corey Turner are also his grandsons. Jamie Turner, his son-in-law.
So after the mini stock feature, twin 15s for the 360s, then our Thunder stock feature, and then our Action Sprint Tour 30-lap main event.
Clint, what does it pay to start the crate sprint car? Southern Crate Nationals.
$250 today.
So Cam Thompson picked up $250, and that is a race, and I'll tell you, he'll remember that for his whole life.
Yeah, he will. That was 2 laps of heroism there.
A 6th place finish will be something he remembers forever.
I'd like to go back to that restart and see where he was on that restart. I don't recall exactly where he was, but he passed.
He was about 12th.
Yeah.
I saw Cam in the pits as the other heats were going on, and he was super dejected. You know, I'd love to see what he's looking like now, but he's got a different attitude.
Yeah, he's got to be smiling ear to ear, and he's got a long ways to go through the A main, but when you've just done it in the B, you know you've got a car that can move forward. He found something on the outside.
Well, let's talk about it. Even if you had a decent night, you could still be starting in the back in this race and have to work your way to the front, even if a lot of things still went your way. It's just one of those events where you need a lot of things to happen.
We're ready to get back at it with the HRW Automotive Mini Stocks. 12 laps left to go. It's been all Kyle Rothwell out in front, but things are bunched back up, and Steve Conway, who documented the comeback here tonight. Man, I'd love to see him on the podium.
And his car takes off pretty good from what I remember, so he should be able to keep pace with Kyle Rothwell if he times his restart well.
Here comes Tristan De Silva, gets a good restart there down to the inside of Tyson Gregory, and usually the last race of the year is Tristan De Silva's. It seems that way, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
He's right there in the mix of it. Top 5 right now for him.
Rothwell leads the way into turn 3, side by side for second. Tim DeBoer down low, up high at Stephen Conway, and that's how they'll exit turn number 4. DeBoer with the second spot. Conway had to make a nice save there off the corner.
One car in the back having all sorts of problems, and now we got another one with a hood up out of corner number 4. Who is that?
Tylan Hill.
Oh, Tylan Hill. 5:55, there goes Steve Conway up the hill in corner 3, and the car slows. Heartbreaker for him as well.
He's going to come back on the track there in turn 4. He's either got broken suspension or a flat left front, maybe?
I thought I saw something wrong with the right front flopping around there. It would not turn left for him.
So he will go to the pit area. What a shame. That car had a lot of speed tonight. That was good to see. Another guy with a lot of speed tonight is Tim DeBoer. He's been like this the last couple of weeks, right in the thick of the hunt for a win. And how about Fabio? All of a sudden, he's right here in the picture. Started 12th.
Oliveri to the outside of right on the front straightaway. Tim DeBoer gets loose right in front of him, so 3 cars right together. They're battling for the second spot. Bit of a gap back to Tristan De Silva and Ken Hare. But out in front, Kyle Rothwell still has that 10-12 car length advantage he's built up, and he's hanging on to it.
Halfway home in this one. As the leaders go by the flag stand, it's Kyle Rothwell out in front. Got a good half a straightaway lead over this battle for the second spot. Alex Riley and the 9 of Tim DeBoer. I wonder if the nose piece we just saw the safety crew picking up belonged to Alex Riley. Did he start the night with one or not? Because they just picked one up and he's missing his.
Yeah, good question. We'll go around Crystal Soul in the 81 machine. I think Crystal's going to call it a night, head off into the pit. Still a fantastic 3-car battle for the second spot.
Fabio Oliveri right there behind the 17 of Riley and the 9 of DeBoer. Not able to get any further than this position so far. It's all Kyle Rothwell, but a phenomenal battle right now between these 3 cars for that runner-up spot. Ken Hare's faded a little bit. He rides back in the 5th spot.
Anything can still happen. They can come up on slower traffic here for Rothwell as Fabio Oliveri picks up the 3rd spot on the outside of Tim DeBoer. They're still right behind Alex Riley in the 17. Just over half a straightaway behind the leader, Kyle Rothwell, and Stephen Conway coming back out in the 88. There was just no quit in Stephen Conway in the 88. Congratulations to him.
There absolutely is not. In life or in racing, that's for sure. Troubles for one on the high side of corner number 4. Is that Crystal Souls coming back out?
I believe so. 2 laps to go, twice more around as Oliveri to the outside. He's going to notice he's coming up on Crystal Souls extremely fast. He's able to take evasive action.
Good run tonight for Doug Erskine up in the 7th spot.
Final time around for Kyle Rothwell as they battle side by side for 2nd. Wow, Fabio Oliveri comes right across the front end of the 17 of Riley.
I think he doesn't have one.
Right?
Checkers coming out. Redemption, I think, here for Kyle Rothwell. Had one taken away 2 weeks ago. He'll pick up the win. Fabio will cross the line in 2nd over Alex Riley. Then it's Tim DeBoer and Ken Hare rounding out the top 5. Tristan De Silva 6th, 7th is Doug Erskine. Rob Goulding 8th. Tyler LaFantasy in 10th will be Tyson Gregory.
Our top 3 fixing to head down to Quick Victory Lane and meet Clinton Jeffrey. Now, Clint, am I correct? Were both of these races the Thunderstock pays $1,000 to win tonight?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Added them to the program and gave them a good payout.
Yeah, we thank them all for coming out. You know, wanted to give one last race. We lost a couple races this year. They've been putting on fantastic races, so good to have them in the pits here tonight.
Yeah, we're thankful for our mini stocks and our Thunders. Some tracks, they're kind of a filler, you know, to try and get maybe even some pit gate money. But here, they are as big a part of the show as any other division. The racing is phenomenal. And the sportsmanship between these drivers and mini stocks and Thunders is great as well. They love running against one another fair and square. And Kyle Rothwell, I'm sure, is going to be happy to get back to victory lane after the miscue and post-tech inspection there 2 weeks ago. He owned it, and he gets paid back with a victory here tonight.
Kyle Rothwell works on getting his gear off, and he'll climb out here into quick victory lane. He's been here a few weeks back, did not make left side weight. We've seen him down through the mud, took it great. Hopefully he can clear the room of doom tonight. Kyle Rothwell gets his Oshweekend checkered. We'll get in here and get a word with them in just a moment as we get the helmet off, and the other guys will be in here to congratulate him. Alex Riley with a pat on the back for Kyle Rothwell. Fabio Oliveri also in here. Kyle, reach and grab the baseball hat and come out and talk to us here, if you can find it.
He's got the coolest helmet, does he not?
Kyle, welcome back to Quick Victory Lane. Hopefully you make it through the room tonight and come out with one. You had a great attitude. We appreciate that. And it looks like you might finally get the Oshweekend checkered you've been chasing all summer.
Yeah, we got this part of it conquered. We just got to get that part of it over there conquered and actually take the trophy home in the truck with us.
Hopefully tonight's your night, Kyle. Thanks for coming out tonight and a great run.
Yeah, thanks for having us. This track's been great all year. All the competitors have come over and just told me to keep at it. Everyone that's supporting me. It's unreal. So this is for all the competitors that come over and said, keep trying and keep coming. This is for everyone at home. Lou, happy birthday, buddy. And yeah, we finally kicked some ass.
Kyle Rothwell, ladies and gentlemen, grabs the mini stock win here. Well, Fabio, Solid run, man. You've had an up and down year too, man. It's got to feel good to finally finish your year here with a solid run. I know you'd like to be winning, but second is pretty good considering all the horrible luck you had to start the season.
Yeah, I can't really complain throughout the year. We've had a really tough year, especially with all the motors we've been going through, and we decided last minute that we were going to come and race, and it paid off. And I can't thank everyone, especially all my sponsors. Driving with Haley, Ohsweken Farm is Safe, Firehouse Training, and Kubota Canada. I can't thank everyone, especially guys in the back, and even Cameron as he's running through some tough times with his cars, and he's pushing, and it's working out for him now.
He's looking good now. We're following Cammy. Good luck.
Thank you.
Fabio gets it done. Give us a second over here to third.
Alex Riley's been a good story. 3 wins this year. Winds upon the concrete again. He's with Clint.
None of the Niagara guys are coming out here and having fun. Alex, you've had a solid season here. Safe to say you're really happy with the results at Ohsweken this year.
Oh, for sure. It's definitely been not something we expected for sure, but it's something that we're definitely happy with how it's gone. With all our finishes we've had, we've been on the pad most times we've been up here, so it's definitely been a lot of fun. All the guys up here are great to race with, and it's always been a great facility every time we've come, so it's no complaints whatsoever.
Right on. Alex Riley will be third tonight. Second with Fabio Oliveri, and Kyle Rothwell will grab the win. But I got a big announcement we're going to make right here, guys. So I just got text about 10 minutes ago. Riverside Bait and Tackle, Big Brian said, hey, how about an extra 10 grand for the 360s tomorrow? Tomorrow's race will now pay 20,000 Canadian to win. Thank you, Big Brian, and everybody at Riverside Bait and Tackle. Doug, you better get on the one way and tell those 360s 20 grand to win tomorrow. We'll be back live on GeForce TV in a couple minutes.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Introducing the Fleet lineup by CargoEase. Our commercial and Titan Series slide come with weight capacities of 1,500 to 3,000 pounds and features HDPE Ultra Ply Deck, a 1/4-inch rubber mat, 8-inch aluminum side rails, a patented spring release T-handle, and L-hook fasteners. This is the CargoEase Fleet lineup.
Ohsweken Speedway, Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet presents Friday Night Excitement, ready to go with the Twin 15s for the 360 sprint cars.
So I've got a question for you, Greg, before you give this starting lineup. That announcement, $20,000 to win tomorrow night, does that cause anybody to load up their car tonight and make the drive to Canada?
That was the first thing that crossed my mind, and I think it might. It very well might. And again, there's 2 spots on the line here in these Twin 15s, but you come tomorrow, it's a brand new complete show. If you miss tonight, you really don't miss anything other than those 2 guaranteed spots. So if I'm someone, even with the exchange, that's good money.
Guys, we had planned to announce tomorrow at noon. We have a release coming out that the 20th edition would pay $20,000 next year. Big Brian and Riverside Bait and Tackle said, no, let's bump it up. We're going 20 grand for the next 2 nationals, guys.
So spread the word if you know someone down in the U.S. that's got a 360 sprint car team. And there's a few names that we can think of down in the New York area we don't see come up here a lot, but for $20,000, it's worth the drive.
So here we go. First, of the 15-lap features for the 360 sprints. A lineup like this going on the pole out of Sunnyvale, Texas in the 15H. It's Sam Haferteep Jr. Alongside him, heat race win tonight from Oshwegan, car number 0, the Oshwegan Flyer, Glenn Stiers. Rolling off third, he had a heat race win tonight as well from Thamesford in car number 7. It's Eric Gledhill, and his outside from Scotland, the 87X, it's Sean Evans. Starting fifth from Brantford, car number 10, Downtown, Mitch Brown. And rolling off in 6th out of Freelton, the 12 Double D, it's Darren Dryden. 7th starting spot from Ontario, New York, the 45H, it's the Cobra, Chuck Hebing. And going from the 8th spot from Harding, Pennsylvania, the 79 of Jordan Thomas. 9th starting position, Todd Hoddick out of Cheektowaga, New York in the 94. Outside of him in the 7NY from Tonawanda, New York, it's Matt Farnham. Rolling off 11th out of St. Mathieu de Beloeil, Quebec in car number 28, it's Jordan Poirier. Alan Downey starts 12th from Hamilton in the 19D. Starting 13th from Niagara Falls, car 70 is Bailey Hurd. To his outside from Oswego, New York in the 36, it's Logan Crisafulli. And starting in the 15th spot from Dorchester, car number 1, Holly Porter. 15 cars, 15 laps. Winner locks themselves in to the main event tomorrow night.
Not a bad little test session, Greg.
That it is, and I think over the years, Tommy, hasn't there been a few times where the winner needed, or at least kind of had to really depend on winning this race come Saturday night? It's been crucial.
It definitely has been, and it's an even bigger advantage now because they're guaranteed to start 9th or 10th tomorrow. So they don't, if they don't transfer out of their heat, they don't have to run the C main or the B main or any of that stuff. They go straight to the A main.
That's a good point.
Here we go, Haferteep and Stiers. What a night for Stiers already.
It's a fairly experienced front row.
Green in the air, off they go into corner 1 for the first time. Sam Haferteep pulling away down the back stretch. Stiers in tow. Mitch Brown and Eric Gledhill going at it for the 3rd position.
Haferteep all alone out in front, opening an advantage. Eric Gledhill putting the pressure on the 0 of Glenn Stiers into turns 1 and 2. Right behind them, it's Mitch Brown and Darren Dryden.
Brown showing some speed here tonight in that car number 10. As he rolls down to the inside of Dryden. Dryden gets to his outside, takes a spot, now switches lanes in front. He'll go by Eric Gledhill, who hops over the banking in 1 and 2.
Gledhill loses a couple of spots doing a wheel stand coming back onto the racetrack.
Sam Haferteep pulling away from the pack, and now it's Darren Dryden chasing in on Glenn Stiers. Boy, oh boy, Darren Dryden, since he picked up that first win at Brighton Speedway back in August, he's been one to watch here. He's really been strong, and here he is challenging for the runner-up spot.
3 wide. Further back, Steve Poirier was in the middle. Eric Gledhill up high. Chris Philly on the inside in that 36, but back towards the front of the field. The battle rages on for the 2nd spot between Dryden and Stiers.
Mitch Brown is catching this battle as well. He's got that number 10 working, and he's reeling in the 0 of Glenn Stiers, looking for the 3rd position. Darren Dryden's got 2nd.
Mitch Brown choosing to run right around the bottom of the racetrack. The cars in front of him a couple lanes off the bottom. Brown to the inside of Stiers trying to pick up that 3rd spot.
Matt Farnham finding some speed tonight as well. He started back in the 10th position. He's worked his way to 5th now in the 7NY. Here comes Brown to the inside of Stiers.
Brown really has something figured out in turns 1 and 2 around the bottom. Let's see if he can close in on Darren Dryden out front, but watch him hook the inside in 1.
Oh yeah, he's got good speed down there, and he pulls off a corner 2 well. Good to see Mitch Brown showing some speed. He'll go upstairs in 3 and 4, but we'll watch if he'll go back down in 1 and 2.
Yeah, right back to the bottom he goes. Out in front, Haferteep working through some traffic. He swings to the outside of Holly Porter. Next in line ahead of him, Sean Evans in the 87X.
Darren Dryden still holding down that 2nd spot. Mitch Brown trying to chase him down. Stiers in the 4th position. And that's Farnham And now Jordan Thomas beginning to catch back up to Matt Farnham for that 5th spot.
Dryden with nearly half a straightaway advantage over Mitch Brown. Farnham closing in on Stiers, Thomas closing in on Farnham. 3 cars battling for that 4th spot.
Sam Haferteeth Jr. has led since the drop of the green. He goes into corner number 3. Looking to get by the 94 of Todd Huddick. He'll see the signal with 2 laps left to go. He's got a straightaway lead over Darren Dryden.
Fires into turn number 1 in the middle of the racetrack. There's not a lot of bite there. Huddick actually a little quicker through 1 and 2. Haverteeth going to go to the high side of 3 and 4 to the white flag.
One more time around for Sunnydale, Texas's Sam Haferteeth Jr. He'll roll it down the back stretch into corner 3 for the final time.
Through 3 and 4 on the high side, Sam Haferteeth going to take the checkered flag and lock himself in to the Northern Sprint Car Nationals. Coming home second is Darren Dryden. Third going to be Mitch Brown, ahead of Matt Farnham and Jordan Thomas.
Glenn Stiers 6th, Jordan Poirier 7th, 8th, Chuck Hebing 9th. Logan Crisafulli and Eric Gledhill completes the top 10. 11th through 15th was Bailey Hurd, Todd Huddick, Sean Evans, Alan Downey, and Holly Porter. So Sam Haferteeth Jr. will pick up the win, and as is tradition on Friday nights, we have both of our winners come down to Quick Victory Lane at the end of the second 15-lap race, and we'll hear from both of the winners at that point. So the second 15-lapper about to head on to the racetrack in just a moment.
Cars staging back there on the warm-up track. Here's how they're going to line up for Twin 15 race number 2. On the pole from Dunnville, the 15 is Ryan Turner. Starting second from Mount Bridges, the 45, it's Nick Sheridan. Third from Tilsonburg, the 17X is Corey Turner. And fourth from Antwerp, New York, the 10C is Jeff Cook. Fifth from Oswego, the 77T is Tyler Paulus. Sixth from Colesville, New York, the 52 is Scott Kruder. Seventh in the 21K from Grand Island, New York is Kyle Phillips. And eighth from Brantford, the 49L is Lucas Smith. In ninth in the 47X out of Scotland, it's Dylan Westbrook. And starting 10th from Brewerton, New York, the 87 is Jason Barney. 11th from Prairie City, Iowa, and the 0J is Linton Jeffrey. And 12th from Burlington, the 46C is Ryan Coniam. 13th from Beachville, the 5 is DJ Christie. 14th from Bicton, the 84 is Tyler Rand. And rounding out the field from St. Williams, the 21J is John Burbridge Jr. Nice job, John Burbridge, to get himself into this race.
Yeah, 41 cars, and he makes it in the top 30. So great job by John Burbridge Jr. there. And good news tonight. Good to see Schrecker is back. Shrek made it back tonight to the racetrack. He was over in the pits. Chris Ostrom was here, and he made it a goal to be here for the Nationals, and saw some pictures my dad took online there, and he was over there. Great to have you back, Shrek.
Yeah, that's fantastic news. Good for the family. They've been doing a nice job giving updates and keeping people up to speed on how Shrek was doing. It's been a tough year for them.
That it has. And man, when you can be back here for the Nationals, meet that goal, that's a huge step. So great news. We're ready to go. The second of the 15 lappers. Who's it going to be this time?
Jeff Cook had thoughts of shooting in the middle in that number 10, but Ryan Turner with a good run through 1 and 2. He'll lead the way into 3 and 4 with Nick Sheridan in the 45 chasing him down.
Lucas Smith means business tonight. He just threaded the needle in corner number 2. Past a couple of cars. Here he is by Tyler Paulus. He's catching Corey Turner. Keep an eye on the 49L.
Nick Sheridan around the outside of Jeff Cook. Those two have been swapping positions for a lap and a half. That's the battle for second. Lucas Smith having a good run off of turn number 2. He's going to try to close in on that battle for the second spot.
Defending winner of this race, this race weekend, the Nationals, Ryan Turner out in front in that Nitro 54 variety. Creative Edge number 15. Beautiful scheme on that car here tonight. He is out in front over Nick Sheridan, Jeff Cook, and then this great battle we're watching back and forth, Corey Turner and Lucas Smith.
And Corey Turner is throwing some world-class slide jobs on Lucas Smith. Smith continues to cross him over. Watch Smith. He'll go to the inside in 3 and 4. Corey Turner shuts the door.
That he did. He meant business down there in corner number 2. And now here comes Dylan Westbrook. He'll look down low. Some drivers finding what Mitch Brown found, I think. Corey Turner, one of them. That's why he got by Lucas Smith. Really got hooked up down to the bottom.
Out in front, though, Ryan Turner holding a pretty wheel in that 15 machine. Nick Sheridan running second, about half a straightaway back. Another half straightaway back to Jeff Cook in the 10.
It's all Ryan Turner beginning to catch the back of the pack. Tyler Rand first in his sights. Then it'll be John Burbridge Jr. Nick Sheridan still right behind him, 2.4 seconds behind. We'll see if he gains any at all. Yeah, he did. 0.3 of a second, so we'll keep an eye on Sheridan.
There's always time in a sprint car race. Things happen in a hurry. As Turner closing in on John Burbridge and Ryan Coniam out there in the 46 machine.
Just as fast as Sheridan was a lap before, he gave back 0.2 of a second. As the leader works to the outside of Coniam down in corner number 1.
And you can see nobody is going into turn 1 up high. So even Turner, when he swings to the outside, is trying to enter turn 1 about a third of the way up the racetrack. So keep things tight to the car on the inside.
2 seconds the difference. 0.3 gain there by Sheridan. But he's got a couple of lap cars between he and the leader. But look at the racing right in front of Ryan Turner with 3 to go this time.
Things about to get pretty crowded for a race leader. Just ahead of him, Scott Kruger in the 52, DJ Christie in the 5, Kyle Phillips in the 21.
How can Sheridan work around Coniam? That'll be the battle right now. We'll see if he can get by the slower car of Coniam, who's really not that slow. Sheridan having an issue getting by him.
2 more laps to go again. Turner entering turn 1 just a little bit higher than Scott Kruger, but he's struggling to make any ground up through this traffic. He'll split the gap.
There you go. Ryan Turner gets by Kruger and Phillips, sees the white flag. Final time through 1 and 2.
Down that straightaway, just DJ Christie ahead of our race leader. That beautiful number 15 Creative Edge Signs and Graphics Nitro 54 variety is going to find victory lane. Ryan Turner for the win. Nick Sheridan going to come home second. Third to Jeff Cook, just ahead of Dylan Westbrook and Corey Turner.
Lucas Smith 6th, 7th, Linton Jeffrey, Jason Barney 8th, 9th, Tyler Powlis, 10th, DJ Christie, 11th, Scott Kruger, Kyle Phillips 12th, Ryan Coniam 13th, and John Burbridge Jr. 14th. Tyler Rand crosses the line in 15th. So the twin 15s are complete, and the pole sitters from each have locked themselves in to tomorrow night's Northern Sprint Car Nationals. Sam Haferteep Jr. and the winner of this race, Ryan Turner. We'll talk to both of our winners here in just a moment. But first, we'll take a quick break here on G-Force TV.
Get ready to experience the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour. Join your host and wingman, Cam K, every Monday night at 7 p.m. on G-Force TV for an hour of non-stop excitement and in-depth analysis of the hottest racing series around. From the latest race highlights to expert analysis and insider commentary, you'll get an exclusive look at everything you need to know about the NASCAR Pinty Series. Tune in for the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour, the ultimate destination for race fans everywhere.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Welcome back live to Oshwegan Speedway as we have concluded the Twin 15s for the 360 sprints. Clinton Jeffrey is caught up with the winner of the first race, Sam Hafertepe Jr.
Well, Sam, welcome back to Canada. First off, the site of the crime a few years back, you got it done. I don't know if you heard, but we just announced $20,000 to win now tomorrow Canadian. Sponsor came on board while you guys were in the push-off track. What does that mean to you?
Oh, that's awesome. We come up here to race for a big prize, and I can't say enough. Whoever the sponsor is, we definitely appreciate that. That means a lot to us. This is how I make my living. So, if we can race for more money, that's what we want to do.
Track conditions, the big story here this year. How's it for you, a newcomer coming back into the park?
This place has changed quite a bit through the years since, from when I first started coming here. It seems a little narrower than it used to be. Just things are a little bit different, but I think the track was great all night. I mean, I think for the local guys, I wouldn't say it was a curveball for them by any means. I think they're pretty used to this kind of surface. For us, it is a little bit different. So, we got a little better hold on it, the longer the night went, and I feel like we have something good to unload with tomorrow.
All right, Sam Hafertepe Jr., he will be the winner of twin race number 1. We'll bring in Ryan Turner now, right in nose-to-nose with Sam here, and we'll get some more action going on. We'll talk to Ryan Turner as he gets out of his car.
They were building a little suspense there. It took a while for Ryan Turner's car to get back here from the back. But I noticed that their wagon was already out here, so you figured he was going to be here sooner or later. Here he comes out of the 15 machine.
How about it for Ryan Turner, ladies and gentlemen? New livery on the side of the car, and he will pick up a checkered flag. Ryan, not the big check you want, but still a good start to your night. That means you'll start no worse than 10th tomorrow.
Yeah, I know we've, the last couple of weeks here, we've really been gaining speed. And Jason Barty, A7 Speed, our sponsor, really helped me out here about 3 weeks ago, and it's really showing. And now, the crew, Brandon, Jenna, a whole bunch of guys in the back, we're just fine-tuning it and just getting faster. It seems like every time we hit the track, and we're hungry for tomorrow. We obviously want to try and go back-to-back, and we know what it takes to get done, but you got to put a whole night together, and you never know what can happen.
Big Brian at Riverside Bait and Tackle just threw an extra 10 at it, $20,000 tomorrow, Ryan. What does that mean?
That's amazing. People that support the sport like that, it definitely helps, and I think it makes everyone race a little bit harder.
Congratulations, Ryan Turner. How about that? 2 15s win the Twin 15s. We'll be right back live on GeForce TV. Are we going to a break, Spencer? I'm not sure. We'll go to a quick break. We'll get the photos done. We have 2 features to go, the Thunderstock main event, and then the Northern Crate Nationals coming up. We'll throw up some Lone Wolf fireworks, and we'll be right back live here on GeForce TV.
Back at Oshwegan Speedway, ready to go. 2 features left on the docket. The Middleport Mechanical Thunderstock's up next, and then it's the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's with their 30-lap main event. The Northern Crate Nationals, second running of that, brought to you by Nitro 54 Variety. And I'm sure for some of those drivers back there right now, the butterflies may be kicking in, and you know, you wonder, even some of those drivers that seem to have nerves of steel, do they just not let anyone know that there are butterflies there? Because this is a huge race coming up.
You know, it's hard to say. I think the butterflies are the fun part. I remember long time ago reading an article where it interviewed Butch Miller, who had won a ton of races. Do you still get butterflies? What do you do about it? He says, oh, yeah, I still get butterflies. I just hope they're all flying in the same direction by the time the green flies.
It's a good quote from a great legend, Butch Miller.
Some of those old school quotes are good ones. You know, before we had cameras everywhere on everybody, those drivers, like Dale Earnhardt, was the king of dropping a one-liner that would be on all the news and the sports shows and in print. Now, you know, it's just verbal diarrhea because everything these drivers say gets recorded somewhere.
That it does.
Think about how many words you and I spit out on a weekend.
I don't want to. Talk about verbal diarrhea.
Exactly.
So the Twin 15s conclude. The winners head to the pit area. And the 2011 winner, of course, was Sam Hafertepe Jr., so he's found victory in the Nationals before, and last year it was Ryan Turner. He won the 16th running and the 18th running. So back on July 1st last year, he won when he was still with the Burger Barn team, and then he came back and won the traditional weekend, the September running of it, the 18th running. And he did that with the Nitro 54 variety team, so good start.
Twin 15s won by a pair of number 15s, 15 laps.
On the 15th.
On the 15th. There is no number 30. Tonight's feature, 30 laps. Maybe
it's going to be a photo finish at the line, and we're going to have
stop it.
At what line?
We're going to need the bananas. All right, here we go. Starting a lineup for the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstocks on the pole out of Vittoria, the 84RK. That is Ryan Beagle. Oh, look who's to the outside of him. His arch nemesis out of Hagersville, the 49, Dave Bailey. Lining up third out of Hagersville, the 23, Trevor DeBoer. Starting in fourth from Jerseyville, the 53 is Logan Schwedick. Starting in the fifth spot from Ancaster, the 19 of Kyle Wirt, and Donnie Lampman from Caister Center in the 28. Starting in the seventh spot from Hagersville, the 8 of Ryan Dinning, and Mike Thorne from Caledonia in the 55 lines up in the 8th spot. Ninth is Robbie General out of Oshwegan in the 28D, and Adam Plazik from Caister Center in the 41 starts 10th. George Grossel from Canfield in the 03 starts 11th. 12th, Tim Phelan out of Binbrook in the 427. Casey Huffman from Brantford in the 13. He'll line up 13th. Go Fast Eaple from Thorold in the 11th starts 14th. 15th, Braden Burning out of Oshwegan in the 21Z. Then you've got Kyle Andrews from Hamilton in the 43 starting 16th. 17th is John Overholt out of Welland in the 96 and then it's Keith Hain out of Niagara Falls in the 26 starting 18th, and Jamie Googe out of London in the 76 starting in the 19th spot. Final feature of the year for the Thunderstocks here at the Big O.
Off of turn number 4, Beagle and Bailey bring them under the green flag.
Going to have a heads-up start. Might as well have these two on the front row. They duked it out all year long. Kyle Wirt, I'm sure, will be up there amongst them as well. Those three were really the title contenders, and here comes the late arriving Mike Thorne to the party.
How do you dance by that? They must have had something to fix back there. One lap complete, Bailey out in front. Kyle Wirt gets a little squirrely trying to race underneath Trevor DeBoer. He'll switch over to the outside behind them. Donnie Lampman run a little bit higher in that orange 28.
Bailey Beagle, 1 and 2. Schwedick has had quite a bit of speed here tonight. Was hanging with Dave Bailey earlier on in the qualifying heat. Trevor DeBoer has been quick as well. He had a feature win this year, battling side by side with Kyle Wirt.
Beagle not letting Dave Bailey get away, right up on the back bumper of the 49. Bailey in the Transaxle 49. Beagle in the Ackland Insurance number 84. Mike Thorne doing a nice job staying out ahead of these race leaders. It's about half a straightaway ahead, but he's keeping pace.
Here comes Beagle taking it to the inside of the 49. They'll work down into corner number 3 with Mike Thorne right in front of the pair.
Thorne gets loose in turn number 4. Bailey had to roll out of the throttle just a hair. You can see Beagle close that gap. Nowhere for Beagle to go. He'll follow Bailey into 1. Now he'll look to the inside down the backstretch.
And the funniest part of it all, I don't want to say funny, but the cool part of it all, when Dave Bailey won last week, won the championship, you could tell from his interview, he definitely wanted to race Beagle right to the end. That's how much this duo and this rivalry that they have going means to both drivers. And yeah, you want to win the championship. Yeah, you want to win the race, but that just shows how deep this goes.
He wants to win, but he wanted to be a race.
Yeah.
No, he didn't want to see Beagle getting towed off early in the event with no chance to compete. Look at them race wheel to wheel down into turn 3. Beagle on the inside, Bailey on the outside. Neither driver really showing any dominance over the other. They are neck and neck.
Incredible part of these two is you watch them race throughout the season. We watch them right now. They get so close to one another. There might be a little tiny tap here and there, but boy, oh boy, they're so evenly matched. They find a way to race side by side without touching.
And there's a huge amount of trust involved in that. You can race that hard, that close, when you have absolute trust that the car beside you, one, isn't going to try to screw you up, as we've got one around. Braden Burning there in turn number 2 in the 21. One isn't going to make a mistake to cause contact, but 2 isn't going to choose to do you dirty.
Yeah, there's a confidence there built between two rivals, which is pretty cool to watch. Braden Burning goes around and hopefully able to get that machine turned back around.
11 laps remain, 9 laps in the books, just shy of the halfway mark as we have a look at Burning going down into turn number 1, just carrying a little bit too much speed and looping that 21 machine. They'll get pointed in the right direction, rejoin the tail end of the field. This should be a pretty quick yellow flag. It looks like everything is sorted out, and the safety vehicle's going to head back to their home base.
A quick announcement. We've got a wallet that has been found. It's down at the front gate. A wallet. So if you've lost your wallet, we may have it for you down at the front gate. I'll be right back, Al. It folds in half. There's money in it.
Well, sometimes wallets have identification with pictures on them.
Well, that was, yeah. I was wondering why.
There's lots of guys with receding hairlines, so.
Oh.
Sorry, I had to.
Well, welcome back, Tommy.
Thanks, Tommy.
Boy, have I missed you.
See, it's contagious. This kind of fun, everyone wants to join the party.
You got me enough over the years.
Oh,
I have
yes.
to get one in occasionally.
I did. Yes, I did.
I was usually on the other end of those.
Yes. Funny how that worked. And then Adam came along, and then I took it until I learned to stick up for myself.
Yeah, you were such a victim.
I was. It's horrible. Need a hotline. Here we go. Back to the green flag. 11 laps left to settle this one, and now Trevor DeBoer wants to stick the nose in there.
Bailey got a great start, but Ryan Beagle drove it deep down into turn number 1, and they're able to race side by side off of 2. Bailey with the advantage up on the high side, but Beagle not going to let him go.
Halfway home, side by side for the lead. Why not end the year with the two of the best at the very front, going at it door to door, lap after lap. Beagle edges ahead a little bit. Here comes Bailey back on the outside.
Beagle led that lap by 5 1/1000ths of a second. As John Overholt goes around in 2, but gets the car going in the right direction once again. We're able to stay under green.
3 wide for the third spot. Trevor DeBoer had to back out of it there.
Ryan.
Oh, go ahead.
Ryan Beagle now out in front, a little bit quicker than Dave Bailey. Bailey running a car width or 2 off the bottom of the racetrack, and that groove is just a little bit more used up than where Beagle's running. There's more bite on the very inside.
7 laps to go. The driver, the Ackland Insurance, RK Automotive, 84 RK. They'll catch the car of John Overholt, who's running up out of the way of these 2 drivers. Kyle Wirt now finds himself in that 3rd spot, trying to reel in the top 2. These were the 3 all year that were right in the thick of the points battle. Kyle Wirt led for a little while in the points. Ryan Beagle led, and so did Dave Bailey. You don't get that a lot, where there's a variety of different point leaders throughout the year. Sometimes it's one, and then maybe another guy will sneak into it, but caution flag is out.
Trevor DeBoer up off the outside of turn 4.
Little left front, hard to tell from the shadows there. Yep.
Flat left front tire with 6 laps to go. Dave Bailey just turned his fastest lap of the race. What am I looking at? We could also say they're... I see what you're getting at. I see the irony.
.50 winning number. I have that. We'll announce it at the end of this race.
Is there a 15 in it?
No, there isn't.
How much was it for?
All I have is the winning ticket number and still counting money. So you're going to be well off by the time you leave here tonight.
Well, more than 2 hours ago, it was already 4,000.
Yeah, so we'll announce that winning number at the conclusion of this feature, which has 6 laps to go in it.
We'll double up the field. Ryan Beagle going to restart on the inside. Dave Bailey in the 49 going to restart up on the outside of the racetrack. Doug Leonard directing traffic over the one-way radio. I think he's happy with the way the cars are situated now. And we'll focus our attention on the front of the field and the Cargo Ease restart zone. Spencer, are we set up for a quick fire it up, which we haven't? Let's do it. Quick fire it up to enjoy the sights and sounds of the Middleport Mechanical Thunderstock.
Left to settle this one. It's all Ryan Beagle right now. Dave Bailey has not been able to mount another charge.
Tim Phelan just did one of the fastest 360s I've ever seen in a Thunderstock.
His eyes are probably still spinning.
Yeah, that thing snapped around in a big ol' hurt.
2 to go. This time by for Ryan Beagle. Came up short 1 week ago in the championship chase. Backed it up with a win at Merrittville on Saturday night. Let's see if he can cap this one off and get back to quick victory lane for his 6th win of the year here at the Big O.
And a $1,000 win at that. If he can hang on to this one, that'll take a little bit of the edge off of that pain.
One more time around. We've got one around in corner 2. John Overholt. He'll get going again, though. Will stay green. And Beagle heads into 3 and 4 the final time.
One last time through 3 and 4. Beagle going to hug the inside.
No!
Goodness gracious.
Wow. There's a Mighty Wipes moment.
You ever play that video game Paperboy?
Yes.
Where things are just thrown in the way. Like, I didn't expect that.
Wowza.
You know, and these drivers are good enough that they'd focus well ahead of them. Clinton, what do you got?
Paperboy? Wait, Commodore 64? When would you play that game?
Well, I know I'm not nearly as old as you are.
Hey, I got all my hair.
Oh.
Yes,
cross dig there. Cross dig. Sorry, Greg. Just caught in the crossfire.
Go eat your bananas.
A lot more salt than pepper there.
Now, what a great show this whole class has put on for us. I mean, you look at the top 5 on the track here. Any one of them could have won any night of the year. It's just been fantastic. And then you get the Lampmans and Thorne. Man, the crew goes on and on of the great characters we've got in this division. Great to have them out for one final race.
No, I agree. Good call there. This will be a green-white checker finish. And these drivers are smart enough. They'll be looking way ahead. So Beagle would have seen Overholt having spun out in turn number 2. But that one down in turn 4, that would be a tough one to see before he got up onto the scene of the crime.
Well, Dave Bailey's going to have one more shot at Ryan Beagle. Green goes in the air. And it doesn't necessarily have to be Bailey either. Here comes Wirt. Oh!
Schwedick into Wirt, Wirt into Bailey. Bailey not into Beagle, though. Beagle was out front enough. White flag will be up this time. One more lap to go. Bailey right up on the rear deck to Ryan Beagle. $1,000 on the line.
Yeah, this one is far from over. Here they go into one. Here comes Bailey down to the inside. Beagle to his outside. Runs into the wall. They make contact. Here comes Wirt to the bottom.
Kyle Wirt on the inside. Bailey up high. The checkered flag will be waving.
Troubles for Beagle. I think he's got a flat. Checkers out. Bailey wins it over Wirt, Schwedick, Dinning, and Beagle.
Ryan Beagle going to pull right off the track. Maybe. No, he's going to.
Oh, we're all banging up on the backstretch.
So they're locked together, so I don't know if that was done out of anger or just...
Well, I wonder if it all kind of piled up in front of Dinning and he had nowhere to go, but they are locked up. And boy, oh boy, there was more contact between the 49 and 84 in that one turn than we saw between the two of them all year long. Bouncing off the wall, Bailey gets it done again.
He'll head down to Quick Victory Lane, and that hole opened up. Bailey took it. I really want to see that turn 1 and 2 another time. We have a look at this replay.
This is the cool down lap.
Did Bailey brake check work? Clinton, you're going to have to ask Dave if he brake checked the field coming off of turn 2 on the cool down lap.
We can find out. Dave Bailey gets his bucket off. He'll climb out here as the recently crowned champion. 7-time here at Ohsweken. And we will work to get him out of the car. Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. How about it for the champ? Dave Bailey gets it done. So Dave says, who ran into me at the cool-down lap? Adam wanted me to ask you brake check the field coming out of turn 2 because they're tied up over there. But I'm not sure what happened. What happened from your perspective, Dave? Dinning and Wirt are hung up there. They got together after you guys all got together out of 2.
Well, the race was over.
I know. What are you guys doing hitting each other?
No, there was 2 to go. Beagle messed up. I got underneath him. And then I was just hoping that wasn't him that was mad at me because he pushed up and left the hole, and then Wirt was pushing me through, and I don't know. I think that was a fun race, but now we see this, and I guess it's not so much fun.
Don't worry about that. You won $1,000, champ. Dave Bailey, congrats, man. You pick up one final checkered flag in the air. Cool way to end it.
Thank you.
Anything else you want to say, Dave?
I got to thank my dad. He's here with me tonight. Lucas is at hockey, so Lucas and Bessie is at home. Olivia and my dad are here with me. And last week I never got a chance to thank Sawyer. He got us a rear end and a gear when we had the issue at the start of the season, so we really got to thank him. And Queenston, Jibs, Transaxle, everybody else.
Right on. Dave Bailey gets it done once again, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get out of the way, let him enjoy his victory lane as we start staging the cars for the Northern Crate Nationals. We'll be right back live on G-Force TV. One big, important 30-lap race to come.
Introducing the fleet lineup by CargoEase. Our commercial and Titan Series slide come with weight capacities of 1,500 to 3,000 pounds and features HDPE Ultra Ply Deck, a 1/4-inch rubber mat, 8-inch aluminum side rails, a patented spring release T-handle, and L-hook fasteners. This is the CargoEase fleet lineup.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. G-Force TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the ABC Series, Bush Weekend Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a die-hard fan or a casual viewer, G-Force TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at gforcetv.net and start watching today.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Bush Weekend Speedway Racing on G-Force TV is brought to you by Tiffany Gate. Indulge in a world of fresh meals, sides, salads, and more.
Back live at Bush Weekend Speedway as we line up the final feature of the night, 30 laps for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. $5,000 to the winner. The second annual Northern Crate Nationals brought to you by Nitro 54 Variety. And as always on National Weekend with the big events, we stage the cars on the front stretch and introduce each driver for you as they get ready to do battle in this big, prestigious event.
30 laps the distance, $5,000 to the winner. What an impressive sight that is on the front straightaway.
Mac DeMann at the front, Mike Bowman. I mean, you look at, and not to slight Johnny Miller and everyone on back, but you look at the top three. These have probably been the three most talked about drivers all year. You could add in Jesse Costa to that mix as well, but to have these three starting at the very front, and that's what makes this event different than what we see all year. They wouldn't normally necessarily do that all the time because of the redraw.
No, exactly. It's rare to have them start right together just for the reason that you mentioned, is they're staging these cars. Man, that's going to take up a lot of straightaway down here. And there's a couple of drivers I'm happy for that have had some nights where they're fantastic and some nights where they've failed to make the show. Adrian Staley is one of them in that 50 car down there. Happy for him for the efforts that they've put in.
Well, Tom Pellizzari, he's seeing the. Oh, sorry, I was seeing that's Adam Turner down there. They've got that similar paint scheme, but Adam Turner, I mean, he's someone that's come along as well. But the one that was next to him that I was thinking was Tanner Podwinski, that has come in here. He's had his ups and downs this year, but he's got a good starting spot in this one.
Sure does, and we've talked about it, 30 laps, the distance on a racetrack that's going to change throughout this event.
That's the thing, and we talked about this earlier, the 30 laps, the most laps they've run all year, and this is going to be a test. It's the track, no doubt, is going to be part of the challenge, but there's also that extra time around the racetrack, especially if it goes green to checkered. You know, you really do. Most athletes, they get in a rhythm in any sort of sport where they have a certain amount of time, especially in racing, and you add in those extra laps, and it can add to the physical strain in this race. So we'll see how all that plays out as the final few cars get lined up. Tyler Ward in this field, that's another good story.
No, you're right for sure. And my favorite story so far, Cam Thompson, going to roll off 30th after some amazing moves in that B main.
Yeah, that wasn't just a last lap past one car to get the spot. That was last 2 laps past 6 cars to get up into the top 6. So what a run by Cam Thompson there.
That's pretty much the Hail Mary of race car. Although a Hail Mary is a desperation move. He just found a lane that nobody else was in that he could make a lot of speed in.
I would not say that he's done yet either. I mean, there's some money on the line for Hard Charger, and right now I'd say he's got to be one of the favorites for that.
We have a quick announcement. We'd like all the drivers at your right front, all the crew in behind the cars, please. All the crew behind the cars, drivers at your right front. Ready for driver introductions, please. Guys, we'll let you know when we're ready. It'll take about 30 seconds. We'll get Cam Thompson out. We'll be ready to go. Once again, drivers at your right front, all crew in the back, please. Well, ladies and gentlemen, how about a hand for all the amazing sprint car teams here? This is the Crates out for their big night tonight. They put on some amazing racing. Let's hear it for the Crate Sprints tonight. And without further ado, I'll turn it up to my good buddies, Greg and Adam, to give us the starting lineup for the 2nd annual Northern Crate Nationals.
Here's your starting lineup for tonight's 30-lap main event. Starting in the 30th spot from Ohsweken in car number 28T, this is Cameron Thompson. Starting 29th out of Ohsweken in car number 9C, this is Crow Brian Natico.
28th from Woodstock, the 29W, Tyler Ward. 27th from Picton in the 87, Andrew Hennessy.
Starting in the 26th position from Thamesford, in car number 45, Curtis Gartley. Going from the 25th position out of Ohsweken in car number 7070, Ashton Van Every.
'24th in the MK8 from Ohsweken, Matt Hill. Starting 23rd from Rockwood, the 74, it's Rob Neely.
Lining up 22nd out of St. Thomas, aboard car number 52, Jesse Costa. From the 21st starting spot from St. Catharines in the 2S, Al Slate.
Starting 20th from Thamesford, the 14, it's Larry Gledhill. '19th in the 50 LS from Kitchener, Adrian Staley.
Starting in the 18th position from Brantford, aboard the 88, this is Lance Erskine. Starting 17th out of Alexandria, driving the 51L, this is the General, Lee Ladouceur.
Starting 16th from Pierreville, Quebec, driving the number 19, Matthew Bardier. Rolling off 15th from Smithville, the 71C, John Cadman.
Starting in 14th from Cherry Valley in car number 9, Adam Turner. Starting 13th out of Waynfleet in the 72, Tanner Podwinski.
Starting 12th from Listowel, the 97, Sheldon Bender. And rolling off 11th from Stony Creek, the 24A, A.J. Lewis.
And now your top 10. Starting in 10th from Georgetown in the 2M, Steve Murdoch. Rolling off 9th from Brockville in the 52 RHR, this is Matt Billings.
Starting 8th in the 4B from Port Perry, it's Four-Barrel Daryl Peltier. To his inside, starting 7th from Grimsby, the 20L Trayton Lapsevich.
Starting in 6th out of Mosley in the 3S, Austin Rose. Starting 5th from Teresa, New York in the 1V, Josh Vern Jr.
On the outside of row number 2 from Six Nations, driving the number 20, it's the Iceman, Johnny Miller. And starting 3rd from Waynfleet in the BS 39, Brett Stratford.
And now your front row. Starting in 2nd from St. Catharines, aboard car number 71, Mike Bowman. And starting from the pole out of Mississauga in car number 4, the highlight man, Mac DeMann. This is your 30-car field, 30 laps the distance, $5,000 to win in the 2nd annual Northern Crate Nationals, brought to you by Nitro 54 Variety.
Great looking field of cars. These drivers will get the opportunity now to get the safety gear on, get strapped in. Clinton, I know he loves it when we bark favors at him, but we got a couple of minutes for the front row to get strapped in. I would love to hear, no, go the other way. I would love to hear what Cam Thompson has to say. That was such a drive. He should be in that car ready, buckled in, but I'd love to get a microphone stuck into his face, even just to congratulate him on those final 2 laps of the B main. One of the most exciting things we have watched all season long.
Well, it's been the storyline so far. Obviously, the pole dash was big. Mac DeMann beating Mike Bowman there in that race, but that race for that final transfer spot, coming from the C to the B and then getting into the A. Let's hear from Cam now.
Well, Cam, Adam wants to know how you're feeling. It's been an up and down night, but you've been the story of the show so far. Starting tail here tonight. How you feeling, Cammy?
Oh man, this is unreal. I really didn't think I'd be able to make the Crate Nationals in my rookie year. I got to thank Jordan and everybody back in the pits for getting me out here.
Good job. You feeling good, Cammy?
Oh hell yeah, we're gonna rip the cushion.
How about it for young Cameron Thompson, ladies and gentlemen? He's had a rough night, missed his heat, but he is here and ready to go. Watch this kid work the outside. We'll be right back live on GeForce TV in about 1.5 minutes to go live. We're just clearing off the pushers and we'll be ready to go.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV. We're back live at Oshweekend Speedway, ready to go. The main event. Get these cars pushed off and ready to go. Friday night excitement, our final Friday night of excitement. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow night for the Northern Sprint Car Nationals, but this is the big dance here tonight. $5,000 to the winner. And what we've seen tonight, last year was the first edition, and it was good. But tonight really feels just as big as what we're going to see tomorrow night. The racing in the heats, the racing in the C and the B. And I expect this feature to be all out crazy, Tommy.
Yeah, I agree. And the track is in great shape for this, too. Last year it was a little bit dicey in their feature. This year, smooth and lots of lanes. So it's going to be interesting to see what some of these drivers can do from the rear of the field. And we've got some really good drivers up in the top 10 to 12 there as well.
Well, fans, are you ready? It is time. Let's hear you make some noise if you're ready to fire up the crates. It is the second Northern Crate Nationals, and we are getting set to roll. Help us do it. 3, 2, 1, push trucks. Let's get rolling.
Now for the second most popular words in motorsports. How do you cue the... Here come the push trucks. Clinton Jeffrey laying under one of the cars. That may become inconvenient come time for the push. But you know what this show reminds me of, Greg, is weekend, say the International Classic down to Oswego, where quite often the best race of the weekend was the modified race on a Saturday night, even though everyone's there for the supers. Or a weekend at a short track, you know, where you've got the modifieds one night, the trucks one night, the Xfinity one night, and the Cup one night. Quite often it's the trucks or Xfinity that put on the best show. Same with this right here.
Yeah, I expect what we're going to see here to be phenomenal, and these cars so evenly matched. And you take out the element of drivers like Mike Bowman, Mac DeMann having to work through the field early on. A guy like Jesse Costa is going to have to pedal. But those top three in those three starting spots, they're going to be going at it early, and they're going to hit lap traffic early. 30 cars, a lot of cars out there. So it's still going to be pretty dicey, even though they're starting at the front.
Ryan Turner showed us something in his 15-lapper. He was passing lap cars, I'm not going to say dangerously close, but he was really tight to their right side tires going down into the corner. And there's a reason for that. He's doing it because that's where the bike was on the racetrack, which tells me he didn't want to run the high side, even though there's lots of lanes out there. The bike going into these corners is towards the inside of the track.
Yeah, we'll see. Although this time of year we often see a little bit of moisture come back up through the track. It's been sitting for a little while. Cars haven't been running around on it, so that could throw some variables into it as well.
Yeah, that's what we see typically here in September, and you're right. That's where some of the moisture starts coming back. And this track will change over 30 laps. We've seen that over the years in the 35 laps for the Nationals on the Saturday night. And, you know, the first half might be gangbusters for one driver, but someone will pick up some speed. And I mean, you think about Brian Howland that year and how the track really came to him, and he came from the B main to win.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't put it past some of those drivers who are in the B main to be coming up through the field. Andrew Hennessy looked really good as well. We mentioned Cam Thompson, of course. He spectacular move on the last couple laps, but Hennessy was really strong as well, and he just got his first crate feature win a few weeks ago. So there's some other drivers out there as well. Jesse Costa is starting near the back, and I expect he won't stay there very long either.
No, and I was about to name names. Jesse Costa, Rob Neely in the 74. He's had a lot of speed this year. Curtis Gartley. And they're starting back there in the 11th, 12th rows. They got a long way to go, but they've got lots of laps, lots of opportunity to get there.
All but two cars pushed off. Field to take shape. Looks like Lance Erskine has some problems up the high side of 3, so he's going to need another push.
I think the push trucks might have missed a little bit there. They needed to be out on the racetrack because can they get to the 28? This is going to be like a 3-point turn to get Cam Thompson fired off. Huh. 30 cars have fired.
You know, that's something that we don't really think of anymore. Like, we used to see sprint cars, sometimes they'd have trouble getting fired off. These teams now are so good at this, like, that would be really, really the exception to see one of these cars not fire off.
Is there a bubble car in the back in the event that a car didn't fire? Because that was always a big deal. Again, I'm going to get off the dirt and go to the Oswego Speedway Classic. It was always a big deal to have a bubble car ready to go.
We eliminated bubble cars about 5 years ago, Adam. We just found it was so much time the drivers would sit around and wait. We just eliminate it here, so we don't do bubble cars anymore. You're either in or you're out.
Sorry, did that burst your bubble, Adam?
A little bit. It's a big bubble.
Truth hurts.
Listen, banana breath.
Everything about this event is different. Qualifying, the number of cars, even the starting lineup, doing things down on the front stretch, front of the fans. It's just bigger. And it adds to the allure of this event, the prestige.
And it takes a few minutes, but it's not long and drawn out like some events that we go to. You need to have it a little bit special. And of course, the highlight of Sprint Car Nationals weekend is the salute to the fans.
So folks, get your cell phones out, turn those flashlights on, grab a hat, program, whatever. We want to send these drivers off. Tell them you appreciate the show they're about to put on for you. These drivers are 4 wide and fancy for you, the fans. This is the Northern Crate Nationals presented by Nitro 54 Variety.
It's going to get crowded out there. It's going to get busy out there. But next time out of turn number 4, we're going to light them up. Mac DeMann in the 4. Mike Bowman in the 71 going to bring us to green.
2x2, 15 rows of beautifully prepared sprint cars ready to come to life. Mac DeMann, Mike Bowman on the front row. Dave Hunsinger's got the green flag in hand. Strickland Pace Truck ready to pull off on the backstretch. Ladies and gentlemen, you came looking for a show. Well, here you go. Let's end all the anticipation as we bring to you our feature presentation.
Mac DeMann made sure he got down into that tacky clay on the inside of the racetrack. He fires first and led the way into turn number 1. Bowman trying to take back the lead, but take the lead. First attempt at that failed for Bowman in the 71.
And there is some crazy action from 10th on back. They're 3, 4 wide. Trayton Lapsevich with a close call with Matthew Bardier out in front. It's the highlight man of Mike Bowman. Boy, it's crazy all around the track right now.
Johnny Miller up into the 3rd spot. Stratford 4th. Matt Billings running in the 5th position early on, but it's Mac DeMann out in front with Mike Bowman giving chase.
And there's a lot of give and take going on right now out there. Some drivers getting themselves having to back out. Still early on in this with just 3 on the board. 20 to go. The leaders already can see the back of the pack.
Cam Thompson, as promised, found the outside of the racetrack and is making hay. Trayton Lapsevich going in the wrong direction right now in the 20L, but like Greg said, Mac DeMann's on the same straightaway as lap traffic as we've got one off in 3 and 4.
It was Lapsevich. He's the one that's been really giving a lot of breaks here to drivers, and then finally he ran out of racing room up at 3, and the leaders are already bearing down on he and Matt Hill. Here comes Mike Bowman challenging for the lead in 3.
Bowman going to drive it deep into the corner, trying to slide up, but Mac DeMann not giving him the opportunity. DeMann stays to the outside, maintains that lead. He'll drive to the inside. Lapsevich in 1 and 2.
He'll get by Trayton Lapsevich. Next on deck for him is Nanakoke and Tyler Ward. Bowman's going to try and strike back on the bottom, coming off of corner number 4.
Bowman is able to really aggressively get down into turn 3, drive it deep down into the corner there, and find some bite. Mac DeMann, I think, is better everywhere else on the racetrack.
Here they'll come between Nanakoke and Tyler Ward. Right in front of them is Matthew Bardier and also Cam Thompson, who came out of the C and the B. He hasn't been able to move as forward as quickly as he'd hoped.
Mac DeMann with a savvy move to get up in front of Tyler Ward. Forced Ward to get on the binders. That affected Mike Bowman, but good job for Mac DeMann.
Now the leader right in front has Cam Thompson. He'll get by. He'll work on Larry Gledhill and Lance Erskine. They're racing side by side. Let's see how the leader deals with this. Mac DeMann splits them right through the middle off of corner 4. He'll continue to lead at the line.
He split. Oh! Contact between Larry Gledhill and Lance Erskine right in front of Mac DeMann. That could have been treacherous.
That could have ended the night for the highlight man right there. Here he is riding in the tire tracks of Lance Erskine. Now he'll look to the outside. Pelche is there. Bowman beginning to reel Mac DeMann right back in.
Bowman down on the bottom of the racetrack. He's got a good run off of turn number 2. Got pinched off a little bit at the exit of 2. That cost him some speed, but Mike Bowman is right there putting the pressure on DeMann as DeMann crosses over Lance Erskine.
How about the Iceman, Johnny Miller? He started up there in the top 5 for good reason. He is right there running in the third spot. He's got 3 lap cars between he and Mike Bowman as this battle for the lead shapes up off of 4.
McDeman continues to hang on to that lead. Bowman is definitely good in 3, but McDeman comes off at turn number 4 with a big head of steam. They close in on Rob Neely in the Radio Shuttle 74.
4 very good cars right in front of the leaders. You've got Rob Neely, Andrew Hennessy, Curtis Gartley, Sheldon Bender. McDeman will move up the track in corner 2. Mike Bowman gets a good launch there. He'll drop right on the rear nerf bar.
Man up on the high side, Mike Bowman down low again. Bowman can't get the drive off the corner. Jermaine going to follow Rob Neely down into 1 and 2 and then squeeze to the inside of that 74.
Nice move there by DeMann, and even better move off of corner 2 for Bowman. He'll get the good launch. Here they come off of 4. The highlight man will lead again at the line.
Mike Bowman can do everything through 3 and 4 except clear the race leader DeMann. DeMann gets up off the banking, but he gets a good run off the corner. Now he's going to drive to the inside.
Oh, slides right up in front of Bowman. Really slows the pair up. Here they come off of 4. DeMann back to the lead.
Full move back DeMann. It wasn't a textbook slide job, but it was an effective slide job.
Bowman back down to the inside. All the while, Johnny Miller is closing in on the top 2 just a little bit.
New race leader is Mike Bowman. As you say, though, Johnny Miller turning some good laps. Bowman out in front. Look at the wing. Stood right up on that number 71, but McDeman is not going to give up.
Bowman into some heavy traffic right now, trying to get by Bender and Hennessy. McDeman trying not to lose touch with the driver of that number 71 as he rolls it through corner number 3 another time.
10 laps to go this time. He's got to keep his confidence. There's a lot of traffic out here. There's a lot of opportunity between now and the end of the race.
Bowman to the outside of Hennessy and Slate. Slate drives up in front of Bowman. Bowman now will get by him into corner number 3. He's got A.J. Lewis in front. Look at McDeman. He had a good run through 3 and 4 that time.
McDeman found a pretty interesting line there through 3 and 4. Let's see if he can use it again. Turn 2 is a problem spot for the 4 of DeMann and Mike Bowman. He's put a handful of slower cars between himself and second place 450.
Wow, Bowman right up in front of Adam Turner at the line. There's just 8 laps left to go for the driver out of St. Catharines, trying to pull off another big win here at the Big O.
Bowman with more than half a dozen cars between himself and McDeman. DeMann trying to find room as Johnny Miller closes that gap in the number 20. A yellow flag would do some amazing things here for Miller.
Here he comes. He's down to the inside of DeMann. Put the Iceman to the second spot. The drive of a lifetime right now for Johnny Miller.
Miller just slow and steady, doing great things for that Styes Tree Service. Number 20 is DeMann. Trying everything he can. He just can't find the speed to work through that traffic.
Mike Bowman works it off of corner number 4. McDeman gave him a good run for his money for a while, but right now it's all Mike Bowman again. Remember, he cashed in $30,000 during Speed Week on both the crate races and both 360 races. He could add another $5,000 to it here in another 4.
Bowman working through some traffic. His cousin John Cadman just in front of him, trading laps of his Jesse Costa. A few very good race car drivers right in front of our race leader Bowman. Further back, Johnny Miller still holding off the 4 of McDeman.
Here comes Mac trying another charge, this time by out of corner number 4. Johnny Miller, like you said, Adam, just slow and steady on the bottom. He's in second place, so it's not ultra slow, but it's getting it done. It's consistent laps, and McDeman just cannot catch the Iceman.
Bowman in 1 and 2 with 2 laps to go. It'll be 1 lap to go this time at the stripe. The white flag will wave. Looking back, Johnny Miller has a slower car between himself and McDeman in 3rd.
White flag is out for Mike Bowman. 1 time around to another 5 G's. As second place, that battle is right now all Johnny Miller. McDeman's got a couple of lap cars between he and second place.
To cap off a phenomenal 2023 crate season here at the Big O, Mike Bowman takes the Northern Crate Nationals. Coming home with a second place finish is Johnny Miller with Matt DeMann in third.
Brett Stratford fourth, Matt Billings fifth, Josh Verne Jr. seventh, Steve Murdoch, eighth at the line, Austin Rose, ninth, Lee Ladiseur, and Ashton Van Every comes home in the 10th spot. He started 25th.
What a great drive for Ashton Van Every. He'll be pretty pumped up about that. Mac DeMann, he did what he could. Even in his interview earlier on, he said on a hammer down track, you know, that's his jam. On a slick track, Mike Bowman is very, very good. That's what we had, a slippery racetrack, and that's what it was that caused Mac DeMann some challenges, was getting into that traffic as he gives a nudge to Johnny Miller there going into turn number 3.
How about that run for Johnny Miller? Fantastic second place in the biggest race of the year. The Iceman, smooth and steady on the bottom. I don't know as though he changed a line throughout that race. He seemed very committed to that line, and it worked. Mac DeMann tried everything he could to get back to that second spot, but that was a run of a lifetime for the Iceman. Johnny Miller, he makes a statement finish there. Mac DeMann comes home in third, and Mike Bowman right now going across the scales in the pit area, and then we'll talk to the top 3 down in Quick Wick. Firestarter Victory Lane. What a night. We've got another big one tomorrow night. The 19th running of the Northern Sprint Car Nationals comes up tomorrow evening. We'll be back on at 7 o'clock here on GeForce TV. Front gates open here at 5 p.m. Plenty of tickets available. We'd love to have you join us. And don't forget, Clint mentioned earlier on tonight, the folks, of course, at Nitro 54 Variety and Aero Express already the proud presenters of the event. But tell you what, Juniors Bait and Tackle, Riverside Bait and Tackle has just upped at 20,000 Canadian dollars to win tomorrow night. That's going to make the racing even more intense. Ryan Turner mentioned that and admitted it. More money on the line, it gets even more intense. So make sure you join us tomorrow night.
Mo money, mo problems. Not really. It doesn't matter. You offer these guys a nice trophy and they're still going to come out here and race for it. They show up for the prestige and the money, but 10,000, 20,000, I don't think is going to change the way they drive. It just might change who all makes it up here. Is Mike Bowman in that 71 machine getting pushed onto the racetrack? He'll take a spot in Victory Lane as a very happy crew coming down to join Johnny Miller to celebrate in his run.
How about that? Another green to checkered race for the crates.
30 cars on the track. And it's not a surprise anymore. It's still equally as impressive, but not a surprise because that's how these drivers can race. They're just very, very good at what they do.
This is far from an entry-level beginner class for sprint cars. This is still some of the absolute best of the best in the sprint car world.
It's a cost-effective form of sprint car racing.
The quality of drivers still top-notch, and we saw that again tonight as Lone Wolf Fireworks lights things up down in Quick Wick Firestarter Victory Lane. Clinton Jeffrey will catch up with Mike Bowman, Johnny Miller, and Mac DeMann on a fantastic night. And the best thing about this Crate Nationals, it's only the second running. It's only going to get better and better and better. 50 cars tonight. They'll be back again tomorrow night for the Action Sprint Tour. Send it down to Clinton Jeffrey.
Well, Mike, that's 15 grand plus you won in the crate sprints this summer here at Osh Weekend. You pick up another key win in your title chase for the national tour here with the Pinty's Action Sprint Tour. These guys have you, but you're coming home, man. You got 3 more big races to go. Can you get it done? You got it done tonight, man.
Yeah, we just got to keep doing our jobs. You know, going out east was pretty tough on us. You know, I'm really glad we got back here to the west and got the job done. We were going in tonight, we were about 42 points back, and we really need to be winning races and not getting rained out to close this deal out. Got to thank everybody on the car. You guys are doing an amazing job on the fireworks here. Thank everybody on the car. Dynablast, Seaway Fluid Power, Contemporary Concrete Solutions. I know Lukey was going to come tonight, but I think he's coming tomorrow. TKC Metal, GSR, Ryko, seen him on Auto and Truck. Man, a lot of guys behind us, all my guys here. Liam, Beef, Paulie, Giggles. It's a team effort, and really glad to get it done for everybody.
Congrats. Mike Bowman wins the Northern Crate Nationals 2 years going now. He's the only driver ever to win this race.
Interesting statistic, but absolutely true. Unofficially, the biggest posse ever assembled for a second place finish goes to the Iceman Johnny Miller and his group, and well deserved. What a show. Clinton Jeffrey is with the driver of the number 20.
Johnny Adams says one of the biggest posses we've ever seen for a second place run, but you've been working hard years at this place trying to get it going. Family and friends, a lot of them here. This is your biggest run ever. What does it mean to you, John?
Yeah, just means so much to my team because I just wanted to get them all to victory lane, but came up one short. I guess one of the two of the best guys in crate division. So running up with these guys is a lot harder and a lot more difficult, and I'm just so grateful to be up here. Just thanking to my sponsors, Glenn Steyers, Stites Tree Service, my dad, my uncle, all my family, my mom, they all provide all the racing, and I'm just so thankful to be up here.
Right on, Johnny Miller gets it done. Second place, guys. We'll get over here and talk to Mac DeMan.
Will Lone Wolf Fireworks have anything left in stock on Monday?
I think someone lit the warehouse on fire.
Well, Mac, the fireworks continue to go here. The Lone Wolf Fireworks do a great job with us at Ush Weekend and celebrating the crates and all the stuff they've done. But what a drive. You talked about it was a Mike Bowman, it was a Mac track, and then Mike, it kind of came back around. You were with him, slicing and dicing. At the end, it kind of went away from you, it looked like, and he was able to squirt a couple cars ahead in it, and that's kind of where you were struggling after that. But, man, you're in it for the first half.
Yeah, Mac DeMan track for 15 and Mike Bowman track for 15 at the end. I think it was about lap 15 where he got by me. Took a shot back at him, and that's about all I had. Congrats to Johnny. Happy for him and his team. Big night for them. Just got to find some more for tomorrow, but cars in one piece, and sure, good payout still. Thanks to all the sponsors that bumped up the purses for tonight and tomorrow night. It's going to be awesome. Hope everyone comes out tomorrow.
Classy drive, champ. Almost.
Thanks.
Mac DeMan will be third. Johnny Miller will be second. And how about your winner, Mike Bowman, wins the Northern Crate Nationals 2 years running. That'll wrap things up trackside here. We have the Northern Sprint Car Nationals tomorrow, $20,000 to go to the 360s, plus the crates are back. Guys, take us home. What a night it's been.
You know what makes me happy, Greg, is seeing drivers like Mac DeMan with a third-place finish. He didn't come out tonight to finish third, but I'm glad they recognize how impressive it is to even finish third.
Yeah.
Right? There's no sour grapes there. Sure, he would have wanted to win, but he realizes how tough the competition is and what a great achievement third place is.
And to take time to be happy for Johnny Miller, too, in that as well. When you come home third, not the spot you want, but you're happy for someone else, just shows you the sportsmanship in this division, the great action they put on here tonight. Tommy, this was a huge event, and I think it was a good springboard into even better things for this event.
Yeah, I would agree. And those top three could easily be in the 360 race tomorrow, the way they raced tonight. That was a great show that they put on.
It was for sure. We hope you'll join us tomorrow night. Don't forget the 19th running of the Northern Sprint Car Nationals. Gates open here at 5 o'clock. Plenty of seats available, so please, if you're watching on GeForce, make your way to the Speedway. There'll be nothing better than being able to see it live in person. Otherwise, we'll be on the air at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. That'll wrap things up. On behalf of the Steyers family, all of our officials and crew, and on behalf of Clinton Jeffrey, Tommy Googe, Adam Ross, I'm Greg Kelman saying so long. We'll see you tomorrow night here on GeForce TV. copyrighted broadcast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of GeForce TV. GeForce TV would like to thank you for your support and for watching today's broadcast.